Hello everyone, welcome to SAP Integrated Business Planning. Today in ZaranTech, in today's fast-moving business environment, organizations require agile planning processes and real-time visibility in demand and supply. We'll start by examining what SAP IBP is, key capabilities for sales and operation planning, demand planning, response and supply planning, and inventory planning. We will examine how it enables integrated planning across finance, sales, marketing, and operations. Then we will dive into the SAP IBP architecture and its key components like the web-based user interfaces, planning engines, and data integration tools. We will also explore its in-memory computing capability for rapid stimulation and analytics. We'll wrap up a high-level look at SAP IBP implementation, considerations like integration, change management, and user adoption. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let's take a look at the agenda. Number 1, Introduction to IBP. Number 2, Overview of IBP. Number 3, Key features. Number 4, Application used. Number 5, High-level solution architecture. Number 6, SAP IBP planning system. Number 7, Modules of SAP Integrated Business Planning. Number 8, Excel UI. Number 9, Time series-based supply planning.
So welcome you all. To begin with, I'll just introduce myself. My name is Sam, and I'm based out in India. So I am basically a corporate trainer as well as a supply chain professional. So in total, I have about 20 plus years of experience in the end-to-end supply chain management, starting off with demand planning, supply planning, production planning, inventory management, warehouse logistics, customer service, and also, the manufacturing operations management. So with respect to the training, we'll be focusing on the supply chain processes like integrated business planning, which is the most advanced process, which is mostly adopted by many organizations nowadays. So I think it will be very, very interesting and helpful for all of you. So first of all, this is the disclaimer slide. The presentations and the examples which we are going to discuss are only for the information purpose, only. So we have to comply with all the applicable copyrights, and it would be the responsibility of the users. Okay. With limiting the rights under copyrights, no part of the document may be reproduced or stored or introduced into a retrieval system or transmitted in any form or by any means. So I think everybody is well aware about the data privacy. So we have to respect and adhere to the data privacy policies. And credits shall be given to all the images taken from the open source and cannot be used for promotional activity. I think this is the most important point. So during the presentation, we'll stick to the basic agenda, the basic ground rules, and we'll take you through. So to start off with the introduction slide, I would like you all to introduce yourself about, the brief summary about your personal background, your educational background, whichever you feel comfortable sharing. Then how long have you been working in this organization? What is your role in this organization and what is the focus area? Because this will help us to understand into the deep dive of so many different processes within the supply chain and within the umbrella of IBP. So any one of you has already worked on the IBP. So if that is the case, you can let me know so we can, get into the more advanced topics going forward. And last but not the least, what is your expectation from this training? So I'll just note down the expectation from each and every individual, and then we'll work out whether we are in line with the expectations during the training. So we'll start off with the today's session, SAP Integrated Business Planning. Okay, so since you all are working on the integrated business planning, the IBP process, and you guys are quite experienced also in the IBP process. So what exactly you understand from the word integrated in your organization? Integrated means integrating the various sets of data, various data sets, and various processes, so that all processes are interlinked, because supply chain is a very very integrated process, because it takes inputs from so many people, so many different functions, like commercial organization, like marketing organization, like product management group, quality management group, so on and so forth, purchasing. So these are the various inputs that supply chain team keeps on getting. But having said this, it's not only these data sets or the process which gets integrated into IBP. It's also the departments which gets integrated into the IBP. Okay, so if we go back to the organization switching over to IBP over an SNOP, is more of the integration related to the people, because people in the organizations or various departments in the organizations are very often working on silos. Okay, and they do not have a very very interactive or integrated communications between them. That's one of the reason IBP is focusing on integrating the department sets. Okay, just to give you a simple example of the SNOP versus IBP process. SNOP is basically the sales and operations planning process. In SNOP, okay, we have basically the commercial organization or the sales organization and the supply chain organization, mainly the demand planning organization, is working together to define the forecast for the organization. And based on this forecast, they pass on the information to other teams, like supply planning, the purchasing for procuring and product producing the materials. So so at any given point in time, the key issue that organization or the top management in the organization is facing is related to the lack of information, the correct information for the top management. And also at any point in time, in the SNOP process, the top management observes that they have multiple operating plans. Okay, when I say multiple operating plans, is at any given time, they would have two or three different plans. Number one, first plan is the commercial plan. The sales team is working on their sales forecast, so this is plan number one. Second plan is the demand planner, who basically talks to sales team, and he defines the forecast. That is the second plan. And third, but the most important plan, is the plan which finance team is working on, because in parallel, finance team is always putting up the projection for the revenues, for the profit margins, for the contribution margin, and so on and so forth. And at the same time, at the ground level, people are not fully integrated or aligned to each other. Okay, so that's the key driving factor for entire organization coming together and generating the single operating plan. So the whole fundamental on which the integrated business planning process is developed, it is basically an advanced version of the SNOP process, that is sales and operation planning process. But the key result which was expected from the IBP process is the integrated business plan. Okay, that is a single operating plan which is used across the organization. So as a end result of IBP process, the top management wants to see a one operating plan. Okay, and if they go to say, various departments, like for example, if they have let's take an example, if the organization is working on the let's say on the volume, it's a volume based organization, not a value based organization. For example, the organization is working on so much tonnage of volume to be able to ship every month. Okay, so we call it as an volume based organization, because the focus on shipping the volume, producing the volume. Okay, and for an example, let's take an example that this organization is producing 10,000 kilopounds of 10,000 pounds of sugar. Or okay, so top management wants to see the same plan across various departments. In SNOP, they sometimes see 10,000 pounds of sugar plan from the commercial organization. In supply chain, because they are working on the inventory, they have very strict target. They may see that the inventory plan is less than 10,000. For the warehousing guy, because he knows that he has to supply material on time, or for the inventory planner, if he would say that my focus area is on the inventory control. So every single department in the past was working on little silos. I won't say it's the 100% silos, but to certain extent it was working on the silos. There's a reason, the IBP process was introduced, so that all the departments come together, they discuss with each other, and they formulate a plan. Okay, so that's how the IBP process was introduced by the organization, and very rapidly or very fast it was adopted by the pharmaceutical organizations, and they succeeded with the IBP process, and the end results that they got is much improved revenue. Their revenues has increased manifold because everybody was aligned to one goal. Their inventory was reduced because every person in the organization responsible to produce or responsible to manage the inventory is working on the same plan. Their profitability increased because they also focused on the cost factors. So these are the various benefits that the organization got because of the integrated business planning. So that's a little background about why integrated business planning came into picture and why it is so successful. Okay, so every time you see this new module being introduced, you will see this disclaimer so that the ground rules are set and followed every time. Okay, now we move on to the high level agenda for module one. So module one basically talks about introduction of IBP, because introduction is extremely important for all of us to understand why IBP. Okay, because that once that why question is answered in proper way, and once it is convinced by everybody in the organization, they will be ready to accept IBP with a broader minds. Then the overview of IBP, then key features, applications used, high level solution architecture, how the IBP planning system works, various modules within the IBP. Now, some organization, restrict themselves to a very limited module, let's say of demand planning. They don't roll out the entire IBP. And in the due course of time, when they get the benefits from rolling out of first module, they switch on to the different levels of modules. Excel user interface. Okay, now another good aspect of IBP is, it is extremely easy to use. Okay, and it has got extremely good user interface. Like, you can download the data from the tool into Excel spreadsheet. You can slice it and dicing, do the slicing and dicing of the data. You can create various reports and MIS reports by crunching the data. So it's extremely user friendly. That's the feedback from various organization. And the last point that we'll be focusing on, the time series based supply planning. So how the supply planning process works on on the various horizons. Horizons means the span of time. Okay, so now this is the basic diagram of integrated business planning. It is extremely simple, but it covers all the small aspects of the IBP process. So it works on both the points. It works on bottoms up approach as well as the top down approach. So when I say bottoms up approach, it talks about a very transactional level activity. like the demand forecast, sitting up with the commercial organization and discussing the forecast and the customer material level combination, challenging each other, stuff like that. So it starts off with a very basic and bottom line activity within the organization, and then it slowly moves on to the top management, to give them a bird's eye view. So this is how it works from the bottoms up approach. At the same time, even the top management always have the visibility of what's going on in the organization, and they can figure out the pulse of the organization. When I say pulse of the organization, they know where our organization is heading. That's why I call it as both top down as well as bottoms up approach. So basically, you see the yellow line at the bottom. So IBP basically works on the SAP HANA platform for cloud deployment. So SAP HANA, does anyone know what is SAP HANA? What is the full form, or what is the abbreviation for HANA? Okay, so HANA is basically high performance application analytics. So basically, it talks about, it gives you extremely fast solutions at a very critical processes. So it integrates the data very quickly. So SAP HANA basically, converts the data sets very fast into the meaningful data. And IBP is built on the SAP HANA platform. So the platform for IBP is SAP HANA. Now, at the next level, you see, the four verticals. First is the demand, then inventory, then supply, and IBP for response. So some of the organizations, along with the demand planning or demand review, they also have the product management review. Like for example, the organization which is extremely good at introducing new products, for example. So okay, so they also have their module as product management module before the demand planning module. So what happens in the product management module is basically, the product management team who's responsible for developing or launching the new products. They identify the project timeline for introducing the new products, and basically they give the kind of a project charter to the demand planning team, that so and so products are being introduced, let's say in the month of August or in the month of September. So they will have a detailed level plan, because this organization, for example, is focusing on new product introduction every time, because their core strength is to get new products in the market, the new technologies in the market. So they have a extremely high level of focus on the research and development. So research and development as well as product management team will come up with new product technologies or new products which are being introduced in the organization, because that's also one of their key point of the revenue recognition and profit maximization. Okay, but for those organization who has same level of products which are being sold every time, okay, and they have very limited number of products which are introduced every year, so they do not have a much focused approach on the product management review. So they start off this IBP process with demand review. Now, in a nutshell, what happens is in the demand review is basically, this is the beginning of the process, and this process is the starting point of every organization. And of course, to certain extent, this is also the end point of every organization, because that is where the forecasting accuracy is measured. So in the demand management, we have the team who's responsible for forecasting. Okay, so demand planner or demand manager is the person who is accountable and responsible for generation of for tabulating the demand. He is not actually responsible for generating the demand. The demand generation is done by the commercial organization or the sales organization, but this is the guy who actually in most of the organization is part of the supply chain team. However, in some of the organization in the recent times, the demand manager is also having a dotted line reporting to the commercial organization so that they are aligned on what's going on, in the business. So it's basically varies from business to business, but the basic responsibility of demand manager is to generate the forecast, the accurate forecast, because the forecasting accuracy will define, the accuracy of the organization in producing the goods, and it will also define the inventory levels for the organization. So what happens in the demand review, or what happens in this particular box? So basically, in the organization which is focused on the forecasting, so they have the sales team and the commercial team. When I say sales and commercial, is basically the same organization with different terminologies. Okay, so now this sales team has a different hierarchy within their organization. Okay, for example, at the bottom level you may have, or at the entry level you may have the sales executive, then on top of them you may have the sales manager, and then you have the sales director, so on and so forth. So this every sales executive would be assigned to different customers, okay, based on the organization. For example, if the sales executive A, he has three customers under him, so he's responsible for identifying the forecast for these three customers. Okay, so now this sales manager will always have the very close interaction with his customers. He will get the inputs from his customers, and he will feed it in the tool. So now the tool can be of different types. It can be also a very simple tool like a simple Excel spreadsheet tool, or it can be a best tool, I would say, SAP APO, that is Advanced Planning and Optimizer. Okay, so but the basic idea for this person in the organization is to identify what's going on at the customer end. Okay, so he will daily interact with customers and get the inputs as to where his customers organization is heading and how much products the customer will buy from us. So this person at the end of the day, based on their internal process, he will identify, for customer A will take this product, customer B will take a different product. So he will identify this requirement of his customers. So we call it as a Salesforce input. So this is basically the input received by the Salesforce team within this organization from the customer, and he will tabulate that in the tool. Okay, whatever tool this organization is working on. And the next level is basically, the commercial or the sales manager. The sales manager will have a little wider approach. So he may have, let's say, 5 or 10 different sales executives working under him. So sales manager will look at a collective, the collated demand at a product level, or he can also individually, slice and dice the data and see which customers is progressing, which customer is not doing well. So basically, so they will define the actions from this. So this is the aggregate input that the sales team is collecting every month on a daily basis from various customers. Okay, and at the end of the month or at the beginning of the month, okay, they collect this information either in the tool or in the Excel spreadsheet, and they discuss with the demand planner. So demand planner basically is sometimes from the sales organization and sometimes from the supply chain organization. So the demand planner, basically what he will do is he will check the demand. Okay, and this guy is basically having a little bit of an analytical approach, because all the demand planners by nature, they are extremely good in the analysis, because they are always trying to crunch the data to identify or to generate the meaningful reports. So what they do is, they will get the collated demand. They will first try to map it with the sales history. Okay, and they will identify what are the outliers, like, where there is a disconnect. So for example, if the historical data shows that, a customer A has only bought, let's say, a product one to the extent of, let's say, 1,000 pounds, and in the next 6 months forecast, the sales team has projected, let's say, 2,000 pounds, then this is something not really a very very realistic approach. Then in that case, demand planner normally go back to the commercial organization and ask them, as to guys, the historical data shows that this customer is buying only 1,000 pounds. Now you have projected about 2,000 pounds, almost the double forecast. So in that case, this process is basically called as challenging, the commercial organization. But having said this challenging process has to be extremely positive, and it has to be driven by data. So your data should always speak. You should not go back and tell the commercial organization that, guys, we have sold only 1,000 pounds, and now your future, you're forecasting about 2,000 pounds, which is almost double the demand. Then in that case, sales team will say, it's my responsibility to sell. So it needs to be a very very healthy argument or discussion with the commercial organization, and your data should speak. So that is where the IBP for demand comes into picture. So basically what it does is, if you have a good tool like IBP, or any other tool like SAP AP or something like that, so system or the tool will have its own algorithms. Okay, when I say algorithms are basically the analytics formulas which are built in the tool, which does their simulation at the back end. For example, so in the case which I have just explained to you, in that case your system will generate a forecast on its own, and it will show that, according to me, that is according to the tool or according to the system, the forecast should only be 1,000 pounds or 1,200 pounds. Okay, it should not be 2,000 pounds. So this forecast is called as a statistical forecast. So what statistical forecast does is, it works on the various factors which we call as an algorithms. So these algorithms are, basically the simulations within the tool, to identify what should be your future forecast. Okay, and these algorithms, the number of algorithms may vary, based on the organizations and based on the approach, based on the, the strategies which organizations are adopting. For example, some of the organization who every month are selling a standard set of demand, they may use only moving average 3 or moving average 6 as the algorithm, and that will work best for them, because they know every month they are selling the same set of product to same customers, and the customer is going to buy in future as well. So just the moving average or the weighted average of past 6 months data will help them to identify the forecast, the system forecast or the statistical forecast for the future. Whereas the organization which basically works on the seasonality. Okay, so these organization cannot take moving average as the base for calculating the forecast. So system will automatically identify that this particular customer and his buying pattern does not fit in the moving average 3 algorithm. So system will suggest different algorithm, let's say a seasonality algorithm for a particular product, for a particular customer, and then it will generate the statistical forecast. So the reason I am telling you this is basically this statistical forecast visibility is always there with the demand planner. Okay, so demand planner is in the best judgment, to take the call or discuss with the commercial organization and finalize the final forecast. Okay, so what they do is basically they challenge the statistical forecast vis-a-vis, the forecast which was given by the sales team, and then they agree upon the final forecast. So this final forecast is what we call as a consensus forecast. So consensus forecast is basically the agreed forecast between sales team and the demand planning team. So that's how the process work in IBP for the demand management. So what it does is, at the end of this process, there is a review which is taken place, which normally is called as a demand review. So in this demand review, uh, first of all, the reason I said the IBP is an integrated business planning process is, and I also mentioned to you that it's not only the processes who are integrated, but it's also the departments or the individual person in the organizations are integrated. So for the demand review, generally the participants, who are conducting the demand review consist of a demand manager. So demand manager is the guy who's basically the head of demand planning. Okay. Then the commercial manager. Okay. The sales manager who's responsible for, customers and generating the sales. The marketing manager is also very important, because some of the organization, the marketing function is extremely important, because their revenue or their sales is based on some marketing, tricks, or some offers which are offered to the customer, some special discounts, something like that. So that's why marketing manager input is also required in the demand review. Then the most important function, which is not only executing the data, but it's also giving a very very valid input, is the finance organization. Okay. So basically, even finance team or the finance manager participate in the demand review, because at the end of the demand review, the organization finalize the forecast, what we call as a demand forecast. And this is a single set of data which is passed on in the system, and it is circulated to all the other departments. So for example, in a nutshell, at the end of demand review, or to begin with, at the beginning of the demand review, demand planner has collected the information from sales team. And in fact, sales team has also collected the information from their customer. At the same time, demand planner has also checked for any promotions or any new product launch by the product management group, and they have collated the forecast. At the same time, they also have another line of forecast which is generated by the system. So there is a one forecast generated by human beings and another forecast generated by the system being. So they discuss with each other and they finalize what should be the most realistic forecast, and then in the demand review they finalize this forecast. Okay. So this forecast is now an output of the demand planning review, and then it is moved on to the next levels in the IBP process. Okay. But having said this, the demand review is basically, as I said, is the output of the demand review, but the input of the other processes. At the same time, the accuracy is also measured as to which forecast is more accurate, whether the forecast generated by human or the forecast generated by system. Often in the organization which I have worked on, I have always seen that, though I was responsible for the demand planning team and my job was a demand manager, I always had lesser accuracy in forecast than what was generated by the system. So it was often proved that the system algorithms works better than human interventions. So that's it may not be correct for all the organization, but to certain extent it is correct for certain organization. At the same time, one important factor of why demand forecast accuracy is important, because I would say universally everybody in the organization has accepted that the forecast is never going to be 100% accurate, and this is cast in stone. Even the top management or the CEO of the organization, he knows that whatever forecast is projected by his team or by himself for the future business, it may not be 100% accurate. If it is 80%, 90% accurate, then I would say, this organization is working extremely good. If it is 20%, 10% accurate, then the organization is not doing good. So basically, in short, when I was responsible as a demand manager, I used to tell, to the organization that I am the guy who's actually paid for making mistakes, because everybody has accepted that, the demand plan is always going to be wrong. Yes, the demand plan is always going to be wrong, but our job is to basically improve, the forecasting accuracy, because forecast is for most of the organization, forecast is basically input of entire process, of the entire operations management process. If forecast is controlled well, and if it shows good amount of accuracy, then the next work stream, which is inventory management, it becomes very easy for a inventory planner to manage inventory because of high level of forecast accuracy. At the same time, the service level is good because we have good predictability of the products, because it is coming from the demand. And in short, the organization efficiency improves. So that's why I said I focused more on the demand planning, because it's the input, and it needs to be extremely focused. So that's how basically, the demand review takes place. Now, moving on to the demand review, next stage is basically, inventory review. So we have a terminology called as multi-stage inventory optimization and demand-driven MRP. So I think everybody knows what MRP is, right? Okay, so MRP is basically material resource planning. Okay, so as I said, about the demand review. So assuming that at the end of the demand review cycle, we have a solid forecast. Okay, and which is basically what I will call as an operating plan. So operating plan is basically circulated to the all the stakeholders within the organization, and and this demand planning, or the demand plan is signed off by the demand planner or demand manager, the sales manager, okay, the head of sales department, okay, the marketing manager, if at all the marketing organization is there, the product management group, the finance manager, okay, and of course the supply chain manager. So these are basically the wider level of stakeholders, or the important stakeholders within IBP process. I am saying important, that does not mean everybody else is not important. In certain organization, even the human resource team participate in the IBP process, so that they are aligned on where the organization is going. So that of course depends on the organization to organization level. So now, if once we have the input to the demand planning, then this same input is used by, I would first cover the IBP for supply, because after demand, immediately the supply comes into picture. And the outcome of supply plan is basically the inventory management. So okay, and one important point I missed out. Okay, the basic ground rule for the demand review is, and for the commercial organization is, they have to identify the forecast which is unconstrained forecast. Okay, when I say unconstrained forecast, that means sales team should not consider any constraint while he's putting the forecast on paper. When I say constraint, the constraints related to the supply availability, because what happens, because they all work very closely, the sales team and the supply chain team are working very closely with each other, so they know where are the issues within the organization. Okay, so for example, a sales manager, knows that what his customer requires. At the same time, he knows from the pulse of the organization as to what he can supply to the customer, because he is always updated with the supply situation from the supply chain group. So while putting up the forecast for the subsequent month or for the future horizon, they know what are the constraints of the organization. Okay, so that leads to them, of for not putting the forecast as unconstrained. So for example, if let's say if a product A, which is having constrained supply because one of the raw materials is missing, so supply chain or production team or manufacturing team cannot produce it. So this information is always there with the commercial team or the sales team. So what they do is basically they know that I'm not going to get the supply. They will inform to customer that, guys, I will not be able to supply you for future requirements. Okay. So in the forecasting process, they will underestimate the demand. Okay, so that is called as a constrained demand. So while putting the forecast, they will put the constrained forecast because they know that supply situation is bad. Okay, so this is an issue in the organization, from the top management perspective. I'll come to that in few minutes. So now, because he has put the constraint forecast, at the same time, okay, the supply chain team is already knowing that there is a constraint in the supply. Okay, but they are always working on improving this constraint, and improving the availability. So what happens is when the forecast is constrained, so instead of the actual demand of let's say 10,000 pounds, sales team will put it as only 5,000 pounds because they know 5,000 pounds is what we can produce. But when this is gone as an input to the supply planning organization, they will say that, guys, I have received the input as only 5,000. So they will not put the efforts to produce 10,000 or to procure 10,000, wherein the actual demand or the actual market size is 10,000 or even more. So that's the reason a ground rule is set for every organization is to put unconstrained forecast, because this is what will drive, the actions for the other departments like inventory management department, for supply planning department, and also for the top management. So I'll come to the top management decision making approach little later in the stage. Okay, so now we assume that, in the first place the demand management team has entered an unconstrained forecast. Okay, and the IBP for supply is basically they have to now work on the inputs. So now this supply planning group comes into picture. So demand review is taking place in the first place. It may happen somewhere in the first week of the month, and in immediately after the demand review, when the input of the demand review is available, it is passed on to the supply review, and then IBP for supply cycle starts. Okay, so now the supply planning group looks at the unconstrained demand. Okay. They look at the supply constraints. Okay. What are the constraints in the supply? And they identify what are the issues. So basically, at the end of the supply planning group, now they have to work on the demand. They have to ensure that this demand is met. And if it is having some issues of missing raw materials or missing packaging materials, something like that, then they have to work internally to make sure that the supply is so basically the job of supply review is to take input from demand review. Okay, tab it with the inventory available, tab it with the future supplies plan, and then identify what are the gaps. At the same time, they also have to work with production team on whether they have, or the manufacturing team, whether they have enough capacities and resources in place. Okay, so they will work on that. So at the end of the supply planning, they will identify unconstrained supply and unconstrained demand. Okay, so in one case, in in a particular point, because there is an unconstrained demand, they will also assume that if there is an unconstrained supply, if I am able to make this supply, I can meet the demand to the extent of 100%. So that is called as unconstrained supply. But we are not in the ideal world. So there is always going to be some or the other issue which is impacting the supply availability. At the same time, because we have already accepted that the forecast will also not be 100% accurate, so there is always going to be some issues with the actual demand versus the forecast demand. So in the supply planning group, okay, now the supply review basically takes place, and the team or the participant in the supply review is the demand manager, okay, the supply chain manager, okay, the inventory manager, or the inventory. When I say manager or his designate, he can also designate some of his team members who are actually involved in the process, or the warehouse manager, and also finance manager and sales manager. So even the sales team is participating in the supply review for most of the organization. Now I'm giving you this process details which is adopted by majority of the organization. Now for your organization, some of the things may not be required. If you feel that for the demand review, basically a marketing person is not required because he doesn't have much of the inputs for this process, then you can take the call and design your IBP process in such a way that it is meaningful, and everybody in the meeting is participating and contributing in the positive way. So these are the people or the team members who are basically working on the supply review group. So at the end of the supply review, their job is their objective is to identify the supply availability uh, in two ways: unconstrained as well as constrained supplies. And to the extent of the constrained supply, they have to come up with the action plans. Now these action plans would some of the action plans would be within their control. Okay, for example, if one of the vendor or one of the supplier is not supplying goods on time, then in that case, the topmost hierarchy in the supply chain can go visit the vendor or discuss with the vendor and use the escalation matrix to get the supply on time. However, for the things related to manufacturing organization, if we do not have the capacity to produce against the unconstrained demand, then that action would go to the top management, because there would be some investment coming out, investment requirements coming out as the action for this. So that's the reason it's extremely important to define the actions, as to what exactly is needed for the organization to support the unconstrained demand. Remember one thing, the objective of every individual in the organization is to support the unconstrained demand. Okay, so at the end of the supply review, they identify the actions, and they identify what are the issues in supply organization to fulfill the demand. Okay, so we move on to the next vertical, which is basically the inventory. uh, Now, inventory, as you know, in the balance sheet, inventory is always reflected on the liability side. Okay, it's not the asset, but for certain organization, the inventory is basically asset. Although in the balance sheet it is on the right hand side, but because every person in the supply chain organization know, if you do not have the constraints of inventory target, you can improve your availability, and you can improve your service levels, because service level is directly proportional to the inventory targets. Okay, if you have more inventory, your service level will be always high. You can always have stocks in your warehouse, and whenever customer wants, you can always give, you know, inventory to the customer. But at the same time, having high inventory also is a high level of risk to the organization, because inventory is impacting the cash flow of the organization, because your liquid cash is blocked in terms of inventory. Okay, so it is not a good sign to have excess inventory. This is point number one. It is impacting your working capital. At the same time, it is also having high level of risk of the obsolete and obsolescence. For example, the stocks getting expired and stuff like that. Inventory, is basically working capital, or the free cash, I would say, for the organization. So that's why after the sales focus, there is always a focus from top management on the inventory. So top management would always push the organization to keep low inventory without impacting, the service level. But having said this, the inventory has direct impact on the service level. But at the same time, if you improve your forecasting accuracy, you can even maintain the same level of service level, with the lowest inventory or the optimal inventory. So inventory is basically, it's called as a multi-stage inventory optimization. So what it means is, inventories are available in various levels within the organization. Some of the inventories are also at the vendor's place, which is basically the liability of the organization. For example, if a particular vendor has produced something for us, then that becomes our indirect liability. Even if we lose the demand, we are supposed to accept that inventory because he has produced for us. Okay, so in short, that's a liability. Similarly, in within the organization, right from the source of raw material, or the goods in transit from vendor to our premises, till the time we ship the goods to our customers, this entire value chain, or this entire pipeline has always is always filled with inventory, which is the responsibility of supply chain and the organization. So basically, as I said, inventory is a byproduct of your demand plan. Your efficient demand planning, efficient supply planning will always help, the inventory planner to manage the inventory in the better way. So what basically the job of the inventory management is, identify the demand, take the input from demand, take the input from supply review, and check the inventory balances, as to where he's heading. So he can always flag off to the management team saying that, the inventory is going high, or the inventory is going low, which may impact the supply or the service level. At the same time, he or she has to have extremely high level of focus on the expiry or on the health of the inventory. So at any given point in time, inventory planner should be aware of how is the health of the inventory. It's not the total stocks which matters, but it's basically the health of the inventory is what it matters. So if you're carrying a stock for a longer time, even though it is a good stock, it is reported as an unrestricted stock in SAP terms, which is basically the good inventory. But it is there since last, let's say, 1 year, 2 year, then it will slowly move as age stock in your books of account, which is not a good sign. So inventory planner has to always be in the center of demand planning as well as supply planning. That's why it's sitting in the center of this diagram, between the two, demand and supply, because the inventory planner has to give inputs to supply planner saying that, guys, you are producing this, but this guy is not selling it, so it is eventually sitting in the inventory. So these are the inputs that he can give to supply planning. At the same time, to the demand planner, he can say that, these are the inventory which are moving in the age stocks, and he need to put up the plan for liquidating the inventory. So it's always better, to liquidate the inventory before it expires, because sometimes the organization feels that, they will wait for the demand, okay, and they will not give any kind of discounts, or to the customer to accept the inventory. But in actual, at the end of the cycle, once the inventory is expired, it becomes zero value to the organization, and it has to be dumped, or it has to be scrapped. So these are the inputs which are supposed to be given by the inventory planner to the demand manager or to the commercial team, and push for liquidating the inventory and have the optimal inventory in the organization. Because on one side, this optimal inventory will also improve on the cash flow and the working capital of the organization. At the same time, it can also give them little headroom for the supply planning group to produce something more, to tap the unconstrained demand. So that's how, the roles of the demand review, roles of supply review, and roles of inventory review works in the IBP process. Now, the next is, once we are done with IBP for demand, IBP for supply, and IBP for inventory, this reviews normally takes place in the first half of every month. And depending on the organization, strategies, they have the review horizon. Okay. There are majorly two horizons on which the organization work. One is the short term horizon, which is from the current month till the 6 months, which they call as the short term horizon. And the next horizon is the long term horizon, which is basically from 7 to 24 months. So at any given point in time, generally, the organization has visibility of 2 years horizon as to what is happening. Okay. So as you move further, okay, after seventh, eighth, ninth month, you see greater accuracy, in your demand or in your forecast, as well as greater accuracy in your inventory planning. But the devil lies, within the short term horizon, because this is the horizon wherein you're working extremely close, with all the functions, and trying to reduce the gap. And this is where you have a lot of challenges. So at for any of the organization, you will see that the major challenges are always in the short term, wherein in the long term you see, the visibility improves, the accuracy improves, everything is good, looks good on the paper. So that's how, the horizon is built in the IBP process. Now, the next is basically IBP for response and allocating. Okay. So what it does is, now the sixth, the fourth pyramid or fourth box, it basically talks about, balancing the demand and supply. Now, individually, demand planner has given the demand review results, supply planner has given the supply review results, inventory planner has given the inventory review results. Now, the next course of action is to integrate these results. Okay. So these, in the IBP for response, they integrate the results. Okay. Like they will match the demand with supply, and the first thing that they will identify is a gap between demand and supply. Okay. Unconstrained demand and unconstrained supply. So they will see unconstrained demand and unconstrained supply. And because both are unconstrained, these are, I would say, a little bit of a hypothetical numbers, okay, to certain extent, then the gap is very, very low for the unconstrained demand versus unconstrained supply, because even supply chain organization is not considering any supply, demand organization is not considering any constraint. Okay. Since both are unconstrained, so gap is very low. But this, but we have to be extremely careful, when we say unconstrained demand or when we say unconstrained supply, it has to be realistic. Okay, otherwise we lose, the purpose of this process. So if, for example, if a commercial manager or sales manager put unconstrained demand, and if a supply chain guy confirms that demand, and in actual, in spite of having the supply in place, if he's not able to sell, then that is not a realistic unconstrained demand. Okay, that's why it has to be extremely watchful and careful in putting the realistic demand. However, it has to be unconstrained. So as I said, the gap between unconstrained and realistic demand versus unconstrained and realistic supply is always low. The gap is low, wherein the gap between unconstrained demand and a constrained supply is always high. Okay, for example, commercial team said realistically they can sell 10,000 pounds of one product, but supply chain said they can only produce 5,000 pounds. So the gap is 5,000 pounds of this product, which is extremely high, which is 50%. Okay, so in this case, as a part of IBP for response, or it is also called as integrated review. In the integrated review scenario, the 5,000 pounds worth of gap needs to have some level of action plan from the supply planning organization, which will be submitted to the top management. Okay. Similarly, the if the unconstrained demand is low and the unconstrained or the constrained supply is high, that means supply can produce more and demand can produce less, then there will be action plan on the demand planning or commercial organization to increase, the sales of that organization. So in the integrated review, okay, there is something which is called as, identifying the gap between demand and supply and generating the action plan at their levels. When I say their level, is at the IBP, at the demand manager level, at the inventory manager level, at the supply planning manager level. Okay, so they define the action plans for themselves and for their departments and their teams. Okay, at the same time, this integrated review also works on the allocation planning and order rescheduling, because they know that because of the constrained supplies, we are not able to fulfill some of the demand. Okay, so when the demand is high and supply is low, at that time the allocation comes into picture. That means, the sales manager will have a scenario wherein he has sales order for 10,000 pounds, but he only has supply of 5,000 pounds. Now it is basically, the decision of the sales team along with the top management as to this 5,000 pounds will be supplied to which customer. So this process is called as an allocation process. So depending on the organization, there are various levels of allocation process. One is basically the profitability. The customer which gives me maximum profit, I will sell this 5,000 pounds to that customer and I will earn more profit. So this can be one strategy of the organization. If the organization strategy talks about maximizing the profit, only maximizing the profit, yes, this fits well in the strategy. Go and ship this 5,000 pounds to this customer. But if some of the customers are key account customers or extremely important customers, then even their profit to the organization is low. We are supposed to give, share of our products to these customers to keep them running. So depending on the various strategies of the organization, the allocation process varies. So in the fourth vertical, basically the teams working on the allocation process to best fit, the supply with the demand or vice versa, and accordingly rescheduling the order. So these are the activities which takes place in the fourth box. Now, after each of these box, basically there are action plans. Okay. Now this action plan goes to the next level. You see the next box, which is called as IBP for SNOP, Sales and Operation Strategic Tactical Decision Process. So this is the team of top management. Okay, but this is not the topmost management. I would say IBP for sales and operation planning is normally done by the mid level and the senior managers. Okay, wherein a strategic and tactical decisions are taken. Okay, strategic decisions meaning based on the inputs from demand planning, inventory, and supply planning. Okay, and the gap between demand and supply. They may take some tactical decision. Tactical is basically the operational decision, okay, which are in their hands. Okay, so these are the decisions which will be taken by the SNOP group, sales and operations group. At the same time, they identify the strategic decisions based on the company's vision, mission, whatever it is. So they will come up with the strategic proposals. It's not decisions that they take, but based on their DOA or delegation of authority in the organization, because every person has certain roles, certain responsibilities, and certain authorities. So based on the authority levels, they will define the proposals for the top management. So in this particular vertical, basically the decision making takes place for at the tactical level, that is at the operational level, as well as the strategic level. So, so the strategic decisions are basically then moved up in the ladder. And the last thing or the topmost thing that you see, in this diagram is basically supply chain control tower. Why it is called as the control tower is because, this is the place where all the processes are controlled by the top management. So they have a kind of bird's eye view, okay, and they are getting inputs from all the processes that are taken place in the organization during the month for a short term as well as for the long term basis. And the collated information comes to them as a single piece of paper with all the information as to where the organization heading, what are the issues in the organization, what are the constraints in the organization, and what actions are being taken by the team members, and what are the strategic actions which are proposed by the teams for the top management approval. So this is the ladder in which the majority of the decision takes place, and this helps the organization. This helps the top management to identify the pulse of the organization as to where things are moving. Is it moving in the right direction? Is it moving in the wrong direction? So at the end of this cycle, we call it as a MBR, that is the management business review. So they take business review meeting and they identify, where are the gaps. So every month they define, the top management reports wherein they identify what are the gaps in the short term, what are the gaps in the long term, what are the actions taken in the short term, what are the actions taken in the long term. So in short, this identifies, the health of the organization. So in a nutshell, this is how the IBP process operates at a high level. Okay, and this process works every month, uh, and the standard acceptable horizon. However, there is no ground rule for defining the horizon, but the standard acceptable average horizon taken by most of the organization is 6 months for the short term horizon and 24 months for the long term horizon. However, in parallel, most of the organization have different budgeting plans. Like for example, they have 5 years budget plans, they have 10 years budget plan. So basically, these budgets are also driven or also calculated based on the 2 years plan. Okay, so basically they understand the pulse of the organization as to what is the growth rate of the organization, and in 5 years down the line, where will we reach. So this is how the IBP process is formulated, and at a high level, this is how it works. Organization wants to see what is the potential of the organization, or what is the potential of market, where we can sell the products. So that's why they always push for unconstrained forecast, and they push for unconstrained supply. Then we check the gap of unconstrained forecast versus constrained supply. Okay, so this will give you a gap of supply, demand versus supply, and this will put some actions for the supply planning organization to maybe install one more machine, so that the capacity is increased, to identify, or to identify an additional vendor or the supply of raw material sources, to get more raw material supplies on in place. Okay, so this is how it operates. Okay, so we move on to the next slide. This is as I mentioned, the SAP IBP is a cloud offering based on SAP HANA technology. Nowadays, all these servers are basically a cloud-based server. Okay, the main reason for that is, it is extremely cost effective, you know, and you can store as much information as you want based on your requirement. For example, and the confidentiality is maintained, like your information or your data sets are extremely confidentially kept in the server. There is associated, less level of associated risk of misuse of data. And whenever you require more server space, you can always tell them in a short notice that these are the days when we are going to do something, so we require additional servers capacity. So that's why most of these technologies are cloud based, because it is extremely cost effective, it has got good amount of flexibility, and it gives a very faster response to your needs. Okay, the figure shows different modules in SAP, and what processes they support. So I already explained in the wider scope, IBP for demand, IBP for supply, IBP for inventory, and integrated business planning review. Okay, the integration of all those. Some of the organization may also have the product management review. Some of the organization, if it is a marketing driven organization, or if it is service level organization, this predominantly we are talking about, the organization, the manufacturing organization, or the organization which is into producing goods and shipping. If it is a service level organization, then their IBP cycle will have different sets of parameters within demand planning. For example, for a service level organization, a demand review will talk about services. It talks about improving the services, improving the customer base, something like that. So based on the organization structure in the umbrella of IBP, the processes are designed to suit as per their requirement. So these individual functionalities come together to support the SNOP process. As I said, SNOP has been widely accepted process working since ages. IBP is an extended version of that, because IBP integrates, not only the processes but also people, and it gives you a completely integrated plan. And the most importantly, it gives you single operating plan, wherein SNOP to certain extent had multiple operating plans floating within the organization, which a lot of times created the confusion to the top management. So the topmost layer is the visualization layer to get high level view. As I said, the top management is a control tower, is a bird's eye view to look at the pulse of the organization, the health and status of supply chain organization. So this is how the IBP work. Okay, now getting into a little bit of a deep dive. So guys, just let me know if you want a break or something like that. Okay, even a 2 minutes break, refresher. If you want a bio break, do you want to have a bio break for 2 or 5 minutes? Okay, so little bit deep dive about the same diagram. So we'll start off with this IBP for demand. Okay, as I explained to you, in this statistical forecasting and demand sensing capabilities are combined with flexible collection of managerial judgment and consensus demand decisions. So as I said, you know, uh, s- sales organization will put the unconstrained demand, supply the demand planner will check the statistical forecast based on the algorithms, and he will try to map the same, and in case of any issues, he can challenge in a healthy way. He can challenge the sales team, saying that guys, whatever you are projecting is not in line with the sales history, or it's not in line with the past history of the organization. Are you really want to sell this? Then commercial organization will again check. In some cases, he may say, yes, my customer has certain plans in place, which will inflate the demand to certain extent. Or there are certain things going in the market. Like, for example, if one of the competitor is having issues in supplies, so that can also increase the demand for your organization. So these are the typical issues, which sales team is well aware of, and they may want to capitalize on that. That's the reason they may put little high forecast. So this is a very, very healthy discussion between supply planner, or sorry, a demand planner and this sales team. And at the end of this review, a consensus forecast or the agreed forecast between sales and demand planner is finalized. So if there is no consensus between sales and demand planner, then this process will not work. Okay. So at the end of the cycle, at the end of demand review, there has to be a consensus between agreement between sales team and demand planner that okay, we both agree, and this is the number for this month, and these are the numbers for next 6 months and 24 months horizon. So this is how the IBP for demand. Then on the right hand side, we spoke about IBP for supply, wherein we spoke about the tactical rough cut supply planning as well as operational response and supply planning. So this is where the unconstrained demand is taken into consideration. The supply constraints are put against that, and the action is defined, that the tactical action plan, the operational action plan, and to certain extent also if there are some decision making required by the top management, then the strategic proposals are pushed to the next level, that is for the SNOP. Similarly, IBP for inventory at the bottom. This is the inventory planning solution with real multi-athlon capabilities to optimize the stock. So inventory planner has to keep inventory at the optimal level, because overall the organization will have certain level of targets, and if his inventory is increasing for a product A, then he has to compromise on product B, because he cannot exceed the overall target. So this guy is always under a lot of pressure, because he is between the demand planner and the supply planner, and he has to balance both of them. The next level is IBP for sales and operations. Okay, so this is where the demand and supply review and the integrated review takes place. No, I think we missed the one in between, the integrated review. Okay, in integrated review, basically the gaps are identified. Okay, the unconstrained demand versus unconstrained supply, very less gaps because both are unconstrained and both are realistic but little bit hypothetical. Okay, then the next set of action is unconstrained demand and constrained supply. So there you will see major gaps because your demand is unconstrained, it is 10,000 pounds. Your supply is constrained, it is 5,000 pounds. So the gap is only 50, almost 50%. So you will have detailed level of action. Second is constrained demand and unconstrained supply. Okay, that means your demand is low or your supply is high. So whether you can have any actions for the sales team to go in the market, identify new customers, identify new markets, and increase the business. Okay, something like this. So this is taken place in the integrated review, and the major operational decisions or the tactical decisions are signed off in the integrated review. However, for the high level decisions like strategic decision, like the investments, installation of machines, or any other strategic investment that is required by the organization, in that case, the topmost management's buy-in is required. So that takes place in the proposal is put forward by the sales and operations planning, and the top proposals are signed off or actions are defined by the top management. So the top management has a bird's eye view. They will look at the pulse of the organization and where the organization is heading. So top management will also send the message to all the teams down the line, the different teams like demand, inventory, response, and they will time to time give them the inputs as to if there is any strategic initiatives needs to be taken, or there are any changes in the strategy. They basically communicate to the down the line so that everybody in the organization is aligned and they are working for a common goal. Okay, any doubts, any questions? Okay. Okay, now for the past for the last 1.5 or 1.5 hour, we were discussing about the process. How the process works. What exactly is done by demand planner, what exactly is done by supply planner, what exactly is done by inventory planner, so on and so forth. Now, what are the tools or what are the inputs that is basically available within IBP, within the umbrella of IBP. So it's basically IBP mainly focuses on the most effective and flexible tools, because IBP is designed in such a way that it tries to build maximum flexibility within the organization. Okay, so more the flexible organization is, more adaptable it is to the change, and it can have faster response to the changes in the market. So some of the tools are basically highlighted here, which are used by the organization. Like for example, complete scalable model. Okay, you can see on one side you can see demand, one side you can see supply, and one side you can see finance. So basically it talks about demand, supply chain, and financial model at aggregate and detail level. Okay, so as I mentioned, in the IBP process, finance also plays an extremely important role, because finance guy is the only guy who's normally present in all the reviews. He's also present in the demand review because he's interested in what is the demand, because they have to basically put up the reports or the projections for the revenues, for the profit margins, and EBITDA, stuff like that. So they are participating in the demand review so that they get 24 months horizon or next 5 years horizon, whatever is the plan. So they know what exactly is happening in the demand review, what is the unconstrained demand in terms of. So they may not be very much interested in terms of volume, but they are extremely interested in terms of value. Okay, so demand manager will talk about volume, but they will always, finance team or finance manager will always try to take inputs in terms of revenue, in terms of dollar value. Okay, so they will understand the gap between demand, supply, and where exactly is the organization heading. So this is how the finance team's role in the IBP process. So next point here is basically real time what if scenario. Okay, so these are basically the permutations and combinations as to what exactly can happen, what exactly can go right, or what exactly can go wrong. So we have to basically balance what is going wrong and try to anticipate the issues. So what if analysis basically talks about something like 5 why study. You ask 5 times why, and you get the root cause of the problem, something like that. So similarly, it is basically uh, identifying the problem, or anticipating the problem before it arrives, so that you have right set of solutions, when the actual problem comes. The next one is collaboration. As I mentioned, IBP predominantly talks about on the predominantly built on the pillars of communication, collaboration, flexibility. So collaboration within the teams is extremely important, and you always have to respect the feelings of other departments, because we may not have full visibility of what other person is working on. There is something which is always invisible to us, which only that person who's in that role knows. For example, I've worked in so many different roles, right from demand planning, supply planning, customer service, warehouse. So I know, what are the constraints of individual roles and what are the key strengths of various roles. So collaboration and respect to each and every person in the organization is equally responsible, important for the successful achievement of the KPIs for the organization. The next one is an extremely important topic. It's called as a user interface. Now, IBP in itself has a tool, which collects the data, and it processes the data, and it generates the meaningful outputs from the data. But at the same time, SAP IBP is very user friendly in terms of user interface. Like IBP data can be easily converted into Excel spreadsheet. You can generate the graphs, you can generate the reports, you can generate Pareto graphs, you can generate waterfalls, you can generate whatever type of reports you may want to, taking the inputs from IBP into Excel and convert that into a meaningful data. So that's a very key aspect of IBP is it generates an extremely good user interface. And as we go forward, when we have the lab activities, we will get into the details of how IBP is helpful in converting the data into meaningful reports. The next one is basically unified data model. So this is basically, as I said, one data model across demand, supply, and finance. So single operating plan is what in a short term we call it as. So the whole objective of IBP is to have single operating plan. Every person in the organization should only work on one plan. Like if I work on a different plan, being a supply planner, and demand planner has shared me a plan which is totally different from what I am working upon, then there is always a conflict, which will lead to unsuccessful organizations. The next one is real time analytics. Nowadays, we have lots of tools related to the business analytics, and now there are a lot of mostly most of the organization has the supply chain analyst as a part of their organization. There are a lot of roles within the organization for analyst. Earlier, in the earlier organizations, we used to have only business analyst or the analyst team working especially for the finance team or purchasing team, for the negotiation parts, something like that. But now you see a lot of analysts are being hired in the supply chain organization. They work on data, they work on business analytics, and they generate such a beautiful reports, which are extremely meaningful and which are really helping the organization to take right decisions in the at the right time. So business analytics is extremely important, for supply chain and for the IBP. The next one is basically, a response time, a fast, high performance in memory, column oriented, rational database. So this basically is a kind of a database tool, you know, which is generating extremely high database. It's like SAP HANA, which talks about high performance analytics, So within a few fraction of seconds, you will generate the data sets into meaningful reports. Okay. The last one is basically integrating the data. Like for example, you have a set of demand review data, you have set of supply review data. Now you need to have a tool which basically integrates these two data and delivers the report which are meaningful in nature. For example, the gap between demand and supply. So basically, with the help of these reports, you can identify a lot of action items. You can track these action items, and you can get over the issues within the organization. So that's why it is extremely important to have high level of flexibility in the tools. The tools has to be modern, like it has to be always upgraded based on the recent developments in the market. It needs to always work upon the volatility and the complexity, because most of the organization has you know high level of volatility, or even high level of complexity, and even the variability. Like the demand may be stable in some months, but for certain months it will be very, very fluctuating. So it's extremely important to identify those months, when the market is not behaving in the right fashion. Or for example, the unforeseen scenarios like what has happened in COVID, you know in the time of COVID, because nobody has got any response time to react to COVID. Most of the organizations had huge amount of stocks when the COVID crisis came, and that's the reason the entire market collapsed, because the demand immediately dropped to almost zero. There were a lot of incoming supplies in the pipeline, and many small players, many small vendors were impacted extremely badly, because they were left out with the inventory, which was eventually could not be sold. And inventory, as I said, is blocking the cash of the organization. So so your model has to be extremely flexible. I won't say that the situation like COVID will come again, but in the near future we need to identify how the market is operating. So it's extremely important to understand, how where the market is heading, what are the driving factors to the market, what are the driving forces to the market, and these are the inputs which are mostly available with the commercial team. So these inputs, even though they are not in the numerical terms, it has to be converted into a numerical terms and put it as a part of your forecast. So the more interaction you have, with your customers, with your stakeholders, the more accurate will be your forecast. And if your forecast is accurate, then your entire IBP cycle improves. Your health of the organization will improve, your KPIs will improve. So if you control input to the organization, I think most of the things will automatically, fall in place. So we move on to the next slide. So IBP is completely scalable with unified data model. Okay, so you can scale IBP based on your entire data sets. So ideally, IBP covers all the processes within the organization. When I say organization, mainly the operations organization. When I say operations, is basically the start from demand planning till the products are delivered to the customer. So what are the different value chains within these work streams? All are captured in the IBP process. It offers a simplified data integration to and from SAP IBP with an easy use Excel user interface. As I said, I think Excel is the only tool which is extremely user interfaced, extremely easy to use, and most of the team members within commercial organization, sales organization, or supply chain organization, they are using Excel very frequently. We have advanced Excel, but you don't need to learn advanced Excel to do the simulation of the IBP. Only simple Excel pivot tables and reports and VLOOKUP stuff like that will also help you to convert the data into meaningful sets of report. So this is an extremely important advantage of IBP from the user interface perspective. As I mentioned, it offers easy collaboration within and between in the demand supply planner, finance, sales group. So, as I mentioned in the beginning, this is not only the process which gets integrated; it's people gets integrated in the IBP process. So every single person in the organization knows the constraint or issues in the other department, and also they know what is going well in the other department. So in a nutshell, everybody knows what's happening in the organization, which is extremely useful for everybody to understand where we are heading. So that's why it talks about good amount of collaboration within internal groups, such as demand planning, supply planning, finance, and sales group. And if there are other functions like marketing or product manager, they are all also part of this. Okay, it provides what if scenarios capabilities. What is what if scenarios? What if scenarios are nothing but identifying what can go wrong, anticipating the issues, in a nutshell, or doing kind of a brainstorming to identify what can potentially go wrong. What if analysis normally is done for the new product, launch, wherein the marketing team normally drives, you know, uh, the brainstorming session when all the ideas are collected. What can go wrong? What can go right? How can we, react to this situation? How can we react to this situation? Something like that. So it is basically, predicting what can potentially go wrong and what needs to be fixed, so as to improve the overall operations. Any questions? So I think we have only 4 6 minutes left. So because this is a quite a complex slide, I would like to take it tomorrow, because as a fresh. So if you have any doubts, for the today's session, we can use next 5 minutes, to clear the doubts, or we can go and review the. Okay, in the LMS, are you able to see the LMS screen now? So do you all have access to this LMS?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, I
Yes.
think Victoria, you both also have access. So in here, if you click on the materials, you see here the PPDs and the lab and the assignments. So I will just quickly go through this first lab. So this document basically talks about the process. It is the SOP of how the lab activity needs to be carried out. Okay. So if you go through this, I would request you go through this once, so that and if you already have the access, you can try, if this process is working, and if you are able to access the database. Okay, then Victoria, based on the forecast, you take the input from Webov's team, and then you identify, what are the supply possibilities, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and Shana, what exactly is your role?
So I'm the UK demand planner, so relatively the same on the demand side. I'm doing the demand reviews. We have started playing with statistical forecasting a little bit in the UK. That is a slow going process though. But yeah, it's mainly on the demand side, so inputting forecasts, trend analysis, etc.
Okay, okay, great. Okay, so any specific questions related to today's session? Is there anything that you didn't understand and you want me to repeat it again tomorrow morning, or get into little more details of specific topics, something like that?
Nothing for me.
Nothing
Nothing
from
from
me.
either. Yeah.
Okay, Okay, then I think I will just request you all to just go through this lab activity module one document and just try to use it if you get some time. Okay. And tomorrow we'll revisit this again and we'll start the session.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. Which SAP IBP module focuses on using statistical models and machine learning to detect demand patterns and trends? Option A, demand planning. Option B, inventory planning. Option C, demand sensing. And option D, none of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. And remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. So good luck and type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey guys, just a quick info. ZaranTech offers trainings for SAP Integrated Business Planning, also known as SAP IBP. This course teaches professionals how to leverage the supply chain planning capabilities of the SAP IBP modules and integrate them into an end to end planning processes. Thousands have already used this program to advance their SAP careers, like those who have shared their success stories in ZaranTech testimonial platform. In just a few weeks, you can gain the knowledge needed to implement the key IBP functionalities like demand planning, supply planning, and sales and operation planning. This can be an open door to the new job opportunities and help you excel in your current role. Visit the link below to learn more about the SAP IBP course. Getting started now is a smart first step for anyone interested in SAP supply chain management and advancing their skills or career.
Okay, so yesterday we discussed about the introduction to IVP. So before we start off with the today's session, I just wanted to check with you all whether there are any questions or any doubts or anything that we need to touch upon again from yesterday's session. Okay. So we'll start off with today's session, continuing the same module that we stopped yesterday. So this is again still a part of introduction to IBP. So basically, there in a lot of the organizations, there are a lot of processes which are very much common, which we call as a standard process, and there are a lot of processes which are unique for some of the organizations. So IBP really has a lot of flexibility in the solutions, and even the flexibility in the fundamental of planning process. So we'll just touch upon some of these processes to understand, how IBP can be used to determine the better solutions for this process. So, talking about first the unique planning requirements. Okay. So now these unique planning requirements are basically depending upon each organization. So some of the organizations are product driven organization, and their core strength is their product, the quality of the products. Vis-a-vis some other organizations would have, their core strength as their service level. So depending upon the process requirements, the IBP structure and the internal processes for the organizations are designed in such a way that they can be better utilized and better formed in within the umbrella of IBP. So most of the organizations have many processes which are standard, which are used by many other organizations. Like for example, a forecasting process, uh, universally, there are a lot of organizations which use, a moving average as one of the common process to identify their future forecast. So basically, they will consider last 3 to 6 months of horizon. They will check the sales pattern for last 3 to 6 months, and based on the historical sales, they will define the future forecast. Similarly, for some other organizations, they may have some different process. So this is called as a customs versus standard process, as well as customs versus standard products. The other planning process which is unique to the organization is MTO or MTS. which is basically made to stock or made to order. So are you aware about this terminology of MTO and MTS? Okay. So may I ask what terminology or what process you follow for your regular products? Is it MTO or MTS?
Could you go over the MTO MTS just again for me? I don't. I know I'm not fully aware of both the processes. That's all.
Okay.
A bit in the room as well, so I could use extra information. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. So MTO is basically made to order, and MTS is made to stocks. Similarly, there are also MTE, that is made to engineer. So basically, most of the organizations predominantly follow either the MTO or MTS process. So what is MTO? As I said, is made to order. That means the products are made or the products are produced or they are assembled only when we receive the customer order, because these products are quite unique in nature. Okay. And they are not the standard products. So these products may be designed specifically for specific requirements of specific customers. Okay. So just to give you an example in general, let's take an example of a sandwiches. Okay, so we go to the bakery or we go to the restaurant and we order the sandwich. So now the owner of the restaurant or the shopkeeper of that particular shop would always have some of the sandwiches which are already produced and kept it in the refrigerator in the storage area. So these products which are kept in the storage area, which are already produced, are basically made to stocks because they are already produced with a certain amount of process, with a certain amount of bill of material, and they are ready, awaiting for the customer order. Okay, this is MTS. And for the similar process, if you order a specific sandwich, like for example, you say, I don't want a standard sandwich, I want a special sandwich with extra cheese and extra vegetables. So these are your special requirements. So these kind of sandwiches are not produced in ahead of time. So they are only produced upon receiving the customer order. So in a nutshell, MTO are the products which are basically designed as per the customer requirements. They are specific requirements of the customers based on which these products are produced. So there may be very less number of customers buying these products. So the producer will not produce these products in advance and keep them in stock because he knows that these are only for the specific customer. So he will only produce it when he receives the order from the customer. So the other side of this particular process is normally the inventory, the finished goods inventory or the final products inventory for these products is at a low level. It's extremely low because these products are not standard products. It cannot be sold to all the customers. Okay. But at the same time, they have to have a lot of raw material suppliers in the value chain, who can supply the raw materials. So because if you have less number of suppliers who's supplying the raw materials to you, and if you receive the order, and if, for example, you only have one supplier who gives you the raw material, and this supplier is not able to give you raw material on time, then eventually you will end up, quoting a very, very high lead time for this product, and you may lose out on the order. So that's the reason you will have to keep multiple supply sources for the MTO product because these are non-standard. These are specifically designed products. Whereas on the other side, for the MTS product, these are very, very standard products. These are bought eventually, I would say, in the best case scenario, every month by specific customers. And this one product is bought by several different customers. So, so the supplier or the producer knows that he's got, if he does not get the demand from customer A, he will get the demand from customer B. So the best example for the MTS product is the grocery shop, where you get rice, you get wheat. Like the grocery shop keeper always keeps huge amount of stocks because he knows that these products can be sold to many customers, and even if it's in the inventory, it is not going to go in waste. So this is the different strategies that each and every organization is working upon. So at any point in time for any organization or any manufacturing organization, they may use both the strategies. For example, some of their products which are unique in nature, they will have the MTO strategy. Okay, they will produce it only upon receipt of the customer order. And for other products which are very standard in nature, they will have the MTS strategy. Okay, so this is how the MTO versus MTS strategies are adopted by the organization. So, Vaibhav, are you with me? Do you have any doubts? So based on the MTO or MTS strategy, the master data in SAP as well as in IBP is defined in such a way that the MRP takes care of the replenishment cycles, based on the master data that we set. So we'll have a different set of master data settings for MTO, whereas a different set of master data setting for the MTS. So Victoria, are you aligned on this? Or do you have any doubts about MTO or MTS? Then another point is basically the dynamics of supply chain. Like any organization would have a lot of different dynamics related to the process in within the supply chain. Like for example, in the demand planning process, they may have different dynamics, different issues, and they may have different solutions to those issues. So these are not standard issues. This kind of dynamics or the processes varies from one organization to the other organization. So considering all these unique requirements for the organizations, IBP has developed a very, very flexible solution because flexibility is one of the key parameter for the supply chain process, because every time, we are getting some of the issues and we are most of the time in the reactive mode. So the processes are designed in such a way that when there is an issue or when there is an urgent requirement, our flexibility is tested, and the faster solution we provide to these problems, the better the chances of winning the business. So some of the solutions flexibility that is offered within IBP are basically the configurable data models and attributes, then key figures and calculation logic. There are a lot of different algorithms, as I mentioned to you yesterday. So these algorithms basically define, what sort of data processing or data analytics needs to be done to provide the meaningful solution to the problem. So, for example, if a product A, which is having an MTS strategy, which is made to stock, then a different forecasting algorithm will be used for that, because MTS is a standard product bought by several customers. So all the customers' demands are collated together, and the system may use exponential smoothing, forecasting technique. That means basically they will take the horizon of last 6 months data, and they will check the trend. They will check the forecasting variability as well as the standard deviation, and they will identify the outliers. For example, outliers are basically this peak in the supplies or the peak in the demand for the previous horizon. So just to give you an example, in the last 6 months, if a product is sold 1,000 or 10,000 pounds every month, and in one particular month it was sold, let's say, 1,000 pounds, then this is called as an outlier, because this is not in the trend. There is something specifically went wrong. Okay, so this is called an outlier. Similarly, in some other month, instead of an average of 10,000 pounds, if we sold, let's say, 20,000 pounds, okay, that is also called an outlier. So what system will do is they will eliminate these outliers, they will exclude these outliers, and then they will create the future forecast or the statistical forecast based on the standard forecast, and that would be fairly accurate than considering the outliers. So this is the kind of solution flexibility which is offered in the IBP process. So any doubts or questions? Okay. The next one is, now we spoke about the unique planning process. Now we go on to the universal planning process. So basically, universal planning process is a very standard process which is used by most of the organization. They are quite standard practices which are followed. For example, single set of numbers, or the integrated set of numbers, the balance demand or supply and finance, scheduled operations to meet customer promises. Okay, so these are a very standard normal KPIs which are part of most of the organizations, and these are the processes which are quite universal across the globe. So to this process, SAP IBP provides a fundamental planning functionality, okay, which is real-time planning platform. And then as we get into the system, you will understand how the different solutions are provided within the IBP system for the different set of issues, or for the different set of numbers based on the behavior of the forecast. So at the end, you get these solutions which will fit into your planning system, and which will give you some meaningful output. So all these simulations basically is taken care by the IBP tool within SAP, and at the end of this process, you get a meaningful output which you can use for your supply planning process, your inventory management, and your financial forecasting process. Okay, shall we move on, or any specific questions? So as I mentioned, supply chain has the unique as well as the standard processes. And so this slide mainly talks about the same points that we discussed in the previous slide. So now quickly I'll get into the supply chain interface as to how the supply chain or the IBP communicates with the various tools, the various platforms, and what exactly is happening within the tool, within the IBP tool, and what are the results. Okay, so in the right side of the you see various ERP systems. For what is ERP? ERP is basically the enterprise resource planning. Okay, it is nothing but a type of an MRP. So MRP, so there are a lot of different MRPs available in the market, which will be designed, which are designed as per the customer requirements, okay, based on the unique requirements or the standard processes of the organizations. So in total, all the MRPs are called as ERP, that is Enterprise Resource Planning. So MRP, what MRP does basically is it considers all the factors. For example, just to give you an example, if for a product A, there is a forecast of, let's say, 100 pounds, okay, and and you have a stock of, let's say, 20 pounds in your warehouse. Okay, so system will consider input as customer order or forecast of 100 pounds. System will consider the stocks at various warehouse locations, which is totaling up to 20 pounds. Okay, and so in a simple term, it is 100 minus 20. So your net requirement is 80 pounds. So ERP or MRP will generate the purchase requisitions of 80 pounds, and then the purchasing or the planner will place the order to procure or produce 80 pounds. So this I would like to ask a few questions related to the planning process, as to how the planning process works in your organization. Weber, would you like to go first?
Yeah, thanks. So in Canada and for Red Path, the process I'm currently following is week 1, I do a demand review. Week 2, I develop a consensus with the sales people, the sales organization on are you aligned with the forecasts I'm keying in before locking in the forecast for the next few months. Once that's done, I look at I change my planning horizon from a 13-week. So a 13-week is basically the planning window I plan in for the short term, and for the long term, it's 18 months. So once the 13-week is looked after, the forecast is locked, then I work on the supply plans. And for the supply side, I'm working on I'm mainly focused on the plant which does a lot of co-packaging. So in Belleville, we do a lot of co-packaging. So there's a lot of different ingredients and different vendors sending ingredients. So it's all blends which we work on. So once the supply plan is created after the forecast is finalized, the planning manager kind of goes through the plans and suggests any changes. Then once the plan is finalized, I do a mini sort of like a SNOP round with the team on ground team with operations and sales and distribution to review the plan that, hey, this is the plan for the next 13 week. And I then take feedback from distribution, sales, and ops. They might have call outs on, we don't have this ingredient, or ops might have a call out on we don't have the labor. Distribution might call out we don't have the space. So I take all that feedback and then plug that into the plan again and restart again the next week. That's what I do.
Okay, that's perfect. That's perfect. So when you finalize the consensus forecast, so first there is an unconstrained forecast from the sales team, right? And then you discuss with them and you finalize the consensus forecast, which is agreed by you as well as the sales team, right? Okay. So what are the general lead time for your products that you offer to the customer? Okay. Okay. Perfect. 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 So all of these activity, whatever you mentioned, is it happening in the IBP or it's happening in the Excel spreadsheet, or which tool you use?
So for forecasting, obviously, it goes into the IBP templates. The supply plan is happening on an Excel, but there are different IBP templates which we've put together to create that supply plan. So yeah, IBP is where everything happens.
Okay. Okay. What about you, Victoria? Is it the same process for you as well?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Understood. Okay. So we'll move on. So you understood how the ERP operates, right? It's exactly it's nothing but an MRP. Okay. And it generates the demand taking into consideration all the parameters. Okay. It will consider forecast or the customer sales order as the input. It will consider the stocks in the warehouse. It will consider the stocks in the pipeline, that is goods in transit, okay, coming from the various plants, okay, to the various plants within the organization. That is called as goods in transit. Then it will consider if there is any purchase order sent to the vendor, okay, for the same product. Okay, if this product is bought from the third party vendor, if this product is manufactured within the same organization, then it will consider what are the production plans released to the manufacturing team. And at the end of this, it will give you what is the net requirement. Okay, so MRP basically does a job of calculating the net requirement, considering all the inventories and goods in transit, goods in pipeline, and stuff like that. So MRP is giving the inputs to IBP. Similarly, there are a lot of other tools or interfaces which communicates with the IBP in terms of providing the inputs or in terms of receiving the inputs from IBP. Similarly, we have other system which we call as CRM, that is customer relationship management. So CRM is basically a customer service tool which is used by the customer service organization. So this tool basically does the order management or order processing in SAP, or it can be any other platform. It may not be only SAP, but it can be any other platform. So CRM is customer relationship management. It takes care of managing the customers and customer requirement in the tool. So next one is BPC. Do you know what is BPC?
No.
The BPC is nothing but a business planning tool, which is based on which is based on the warehouse management system. So this also is one of the planning tool available to take care of the planning processes. But nowadays, since most of the organizations are switching over to SAP, most of them are using SAP versus the other tools. Then the next one is APO. So do you know what is APO?
No, I don't know.
Okay. So APO is basically an advanced version of SAP production planning system. APO is advanced planning and optimizer or optimization. So if you are using SAP, normally you would have used production planning PP module or module, which is materials management module. But APO is most advanced, module in SAP. So APO has a functionality of creating the MRP on a daily basis, and you can design your your MRP output in the customized way. You can design your MRP the way you want. The kind of flexibility that you get in the Excel spreadsheet, the similar kind of flexibility you also get in the SAP APO tool. So there you can have a horizontal plan. When I say horizontal plan, on the top of each column, you will have the requirements by week, and at the in the rows you will have the one line as the customer forecast, second line as the customer actual orders, third line as the stocks, fourth line as the open purchase orders, and fifth line as the requirement. So similarly, the way normal planner does planning in the Excel file, which is predominantly a manual activity, SAP APO does in the same format with all the automated functionality. So it will consider everything which is set in the master data, and it will generate a meaningful requirement planning. So SAP APO is one of the widely used, and it's the most advanced tool available in the market for planning. Okay, like we have a DP, which is demand planning tool, which is the advance in SAP. Similarly, APO is also having the same platform as the DP. The next one is BW, which is known as business warehouse. So this is basically a tool used for the warehouse management system, WMS. So in the warehouse management system, all the warehouse related activities are carried out. They use the FIFO, that is first in, first out, or LIFO, that is last in, first out. Based on the strategies. You know what is FIFO and LIFO, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So these are the various tools, and in the diagram they only talk about very few tools, wherein there may be many other tools or systems which can directly, communicate with the APO. There can be Excel file which has the functionality of uploading it into the IBP. So on the left hand side, you see the various tools or the MRP systems which communicates the data with the IBP. And in the center, the box with light gray color, you see this is the IBP system. So what basically it does is it takes the input from the various systems in the left hand side, then it processes the data in the central part, which is highlighted with the gray color. And on the right hand side, it gives you, the meaningful output. Okay. So what SAP does is basically do the data crunching and data analysis. So SDI is smart data integration, and it does, the data integration and simulation. It uses various planning models. It uses the attributes. It uses various key figures. Scenario building also takes place. Simulation also takes place based on the parameters which is fed in the master data. It does predictive analytics. How the future can be predicted in the best way. So it gives you that kind of an input. And also it talks about the heuristic process. Okay, you know what is the meaning of heuristic?
No, I only heard the word in that because we run the operator.
Okay,
I don't know the
so
exact.
it's okay. So the definition of heuristic is basically it's the shortcut used to to reach to the decisions. Okay, so it's a meaningful shortcut. So what heuristic means in IBP is, whatever is the issue, system will identify the issue and fix it very quickly to give you the desired output. Okay, so there is a terminology which is called as a heuristic run. Okay, so what it does is, for example, you have set all the data in SAP, and your forecast for product A, let's say, is 100 pounds is your forecast. So today, that is on 1st of August, you have MRP which is ran on at the background, and it has generated the requirement considering the forecast of 100 pounds. Okay, and everything is in place. You have placed the purchase order to your vendor for procuring the raw material. You have informed your manufacturing team that this is the demand that we need to produce. Okay, and things are pretty much on track. On 2nd of August, again the forecast of £100, you receive the customer order for £500, okay, which is almost 5 times more than what you would have expected. So now what system does is, as soon as the order is punched by the customer service team in the system, it triggers the heuristic run. Okay, so in the background, there is a heuristic run and system will automatically calculate the requirements. Okay, so instead of £100, it will consider now the customer order which is come as for £500. So it will immediately do the MRP run in the background and create the requirements of £500, because the objective of all the organization is to fulfill customer demand as soon as possible, so that customer is satisfied as well as the organization is getting the kind of revenue and profitability as per their target. So in this case, system will generate the requirement for £500, and it will also show throw the alert to the planner. So when the next morning when the planner logs into the system, he will get the alert that we have received the order for £500, and the requirements now are now required to be changed from £100 to £500. And in the advanced version, in some cases, if you have designed your EDI or IBP uh, with the email ID of your vendor, it will even automatically send the email to the vendor informing that the requirement is increased. So this is how system is responsive and it reacts to any problem which comes in the day-to-day life. So this is the main functionality of heuristic run, and this is what I explained was a short-term issue, wherein system also does the entire planning for the horizon that is defined in the system. It may be 24 months or it may be 60 months or 5 years, whatever is defined in the system. So the system will consider the entire portfolio or entire span of uh, uh, the period which is defined, and it will generate the requirements. Are you with me? Any questions?
All good.
All good.
Okay. So as I mentioned, there are also quite a good amount of alerts which are designed in IBP. So at any point in time, planner does not need to go back and check each and every product to identify the actions for him. He can just go and check the alerts. So those products which are not behaving in the normal way, or there is some action required, system will automatically generate alerts for the planner to take some actions. And everyday planner just needs to identify these alerts and fulfill the actions, and then the alert gets disabled. So next is basically SAP Jam system. So have you ever heard the word of SAP Jam, JAM?
I have not. For just going back to alerts,
Yeah.
are we going to cover setting up alerts in IBP, or this is purely just SAP for SAP?
This is based on your organizational requirement. If you know what sort of alerts we need to set, yes, then we can help you in setting the alerts. But basically, what are the different sets of alerts that are required to be identified? So you will have to define those. And if you have some idea about them, then we can work around it.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so SAP Jam is an extremely advanced version now. It basically collaborates with the social networking sites, so it can also take based on the, of course, based on the organization's requirement. It can also communicate with the social networking sites like Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, so on and so forth, and it can take the inputs from these social networking sites. So this is also an advanced version of SAP functionality which is available in the market. So for the industries like the media or any other industries which are into the social networking, they can activate this functionality, and they can communicate whatever they want to communicate with the social media. So at the in the right hand side, after the processing of the meaningful information, IBP gives you the data which you can use to plan better, which you can use to improve. So it can give you the output in the simple Excel format, okay, using the graphical representation, or even with the data sets. So it can generate the plan in Excel, which is extremely user friendly. You can take out the dump, download it in the Excel, and use it. You can communicate that to your manufacturing team, your supplier, whoever you want, or you can create the reports in the graphical presentation using IBP. A web analyze is also a tool which create the web-based reports. Okay, these reports are basically created in the background. You just need to create this report once. So, and you have to define the iBot in the tool, and these basically iBots will run based on the frequency that is defined in the tool. And if you want the reports to be popped up or sent to your email every morning at a specific time which is defined in the tool, you will get automatic email from the tool with the data. So this is very frequently used for by most of the organizations for the MIS reporting, and they define the distribution teams wherein all the reports are automatically emailed on their email ID. And now the most advanced version that we get is basically the mobile based reports. So you can also access this report on your mobile phones or on your iPad or any other devices which has the functionality of accessing the report. So this is basically the how the IBP communicates or collaborates with the different tools within the organization, and it helps you to plan your process in better way. At the same time, it also helps the management teams, to identify how the organization is progressing. So the last but not the least, there are various stakeholders which are participating in the IBP process, as I mentioned yesterday, like sales and marketing team, demand planning team, then finance team, supply chain team, of course, are at the center of the IBP, and the top management and the executives of the organization. So this is how IBP works on in the system. So any specific questions or anything you want me to repeat again? Okay. So I hope she's
Yeah, I think it's a mic issue. I can see she went off mute, but it's a headset
yeah.
issue. Probably.
Okay. So we continue. Okay. The levels on which the IBP works is basically the operational level, tactical level, and strategic level. So operational level is basically the operations team involved in the actual execution of the manufacturing, the products manufacturing, the operators These are called the operational level. Their focus is on the responsiveness, one-to-one collaboration, and quick decision handling. So these are the people who are working on the ground level, who are actually working in the tool, doing the daily stuff in the tool. So these are the operational level team. Uh, at little higher level, we have a tactical level team, which basically focuses on a high level requirement, that is to check whether the actuals are as per the plan, or there is any deviation, or they monitor the KPIs to ensure that all the KPIs are met at the high level. So they also have a collaboration with the executive review. So they do those. They keep on reviewing the KPIs at a regular interval and ensure that the KPIs are met. If there are any issues with the KPI, or if there are any deviations with respect to plan versus actual. So tactical level team is supposed to communicate or collaborate with the operational level team and ensure that the problems are fixed. If the problems are not fixed and it requires a certain level of escalation, then tactical level team is also supposed to escalate the issues to the strategic team that is a level above them. Now, strategic level team talks about a very high level view. It's basically they talk about the strategy making. They talk about defining the strategy. Maybe it is a made to order or made to stock, or any other marketing strategy or sales strategy or supply chain strategy. So they are working in the cross organizational collaboration, and it is at the executive level, that is at the middle management and at the top management. So all in all these operational level, tactical level, and strategic level team are internally collaborating with each other to ensure that the things are on track. Move on to the next one. Okay, so I think we have seen this diagram um, even before. So this is the same diagram of IBP, wherein you see the IBP demand, IBP inventory, IBP supply, and the integrated response, that is managing, or checking the demand versus supply gap. Then strategic and tactical decision process, and end-to-end visibility, which is part of the supply chain control tower. So next slides are basically the common user interface. As I have been explaining, that IBP is providing quite a good user interface, which are extremely user friendly, like Excel spreadsheet, then web-based user reports, and Fiori apps. SAP Jam, as I mentioned, it communicates with the social networking sites. So these can also be used for your day-to-day operations and communications, and MIS reporting to the organization. Any specific questions, Vaibhav or Victoria?
No
No,
questions.
Okay. So, what are the key features of IBP? It is giving basically end-to-end supply chain visibility. So, visibility is an important parameter. Like at every interval, every stage, it will give you a visibility of what's happening. So, where are we with respect to the forecast versus actuals? Where are we with respect to the demand versus supply? And where are we with respect to the production plan versus the actuals, or the schedule adherence. So at the same time, it also gives you other KPIs visibility. For example, OTIF. Do you know what is OTIF? OTIF.
yeah. Is it on time and full?
Yeah, absolutely correct. It's on time in full. So this is basically the delivery KPI parameters. Okay. So you when you receive the order from the customer, you give them the delivery commitment. And if you fulfill the delivery commitment on time and in full quantity, then you mark your OTIF as as met, 100% achieved. If you do not either send it or ship it on time, or even if you ship the partial quantity, then it is considered as missed. So IBP provides you the end-to-end supply chain visibility. It gives you unified, integrated, and cross-departmental planning approach. So as I said yesterday, it not only talks about the integrated processes, but it talks about the cross-departmental integration, because every single department is linked to other departments. So is, for example, for demand planning, their customer is internal customer is the sales team, as well as their supplier, internal supplier is the supply planning team. So similarly, a supply planning team would have internal customer as demand planning team and sales team. So IBP basically does a communication or collaboration within the stakeholders in the entire value chain of the organization. Um, and it involves almost all the departmental stakeholders, like right from product management group, marketing group, supply chain group. Within supply chain, you have demand planning group, you have supply planning group, you have customer service group, you have warehouse management group, and also you also have the finance team. So everybody is involved in the process, and everybody is updated with the single operating plan. It is extremely simple and easy to use user interface. That's the key strength of IBP. That's the reason key success story of IBP is its user interface, because it provides most of the data output in the Excel spreadsheet that is widely used by the organization. I think most of the planners or most of the planning team professionals, they are extremely comfortable with the Excel spreadsheet, and they are widely using the Excel spreadsheet in day-to-day operations. So they are extremely comfortable in adopting IBP because of its user interface. So advanced demand sensing, as I said, it has got algorithms. So if the demand sensing is quite efficient with respect to the statistical forecast generation, with respect to the uh, prediction of the future forecast. Uh, and last but not the least, all the collaborations and Microsoft Excel-based planning is extremely useful for most of the organizations. We move on to the next slide. So applications used in IBP, as we discussed, is integrated business planning for sales and operations, integrated business planning for demand, for supply, for response, for inventory, and supply chain control tower. So this is basically these are the applications used within IBP, which is also part of the diagram. I think this we have already gone through in detail, so I won't be going upon it again unless you want me to run through this again. Okay. So since Shana is also not there, so I think we can start either from the next session or after that. So Victoria, do you have your access ready? Okay. So did you get a chance to check yesterday using the lab documents? I think I also have some issues with the access, which I am currently in the process of fixing up. So we'll see how it works. Either we start from tomorrow or day after tomorrow. So you both are available tomorrow, right? Um, okay. So we move on. What it does basically is the sales and operations plan. It provides a plan to maximize the business output. Because that's the key requirement for all the organization is to grow. So all the organizations has a very, very strict target of growth, and they are always looking at the organic as well as inorganic growth. And IBP helps them, to improve the results, improve the visibility, and improve the internal planning systems to grow the business. With respect to the demand, of course, this is extremely important parameter. It gives the transparency in the forecast at various levels of the planning, including the temporary fluctuations. So IBP basically, as it provides a flexible solution, and as I explained to you the example of the forecast being for 100 pounds, and the actual order received for 500 pounds, how flexible IBP is to incorporate the changes and push the requirements to the next level. So this is the key parameter for IBP, is the response time and flexibility of the tool. The next one is inventory is extremely important, because every time there is change in the demand, it is practically not possible for planner or the inventory planner to review each and every product or each and every product line and identify what's going wrong. But IBP in the background run all this simulation, and it identifies the requirements or the issues, and it pops up the alerts for the planner. So alert mechanism is one of the important feature. If this functionality is triggered for the organization, it is giving a huge amount of benefits. And the controls on all the processes is extremely good. The next one is response and supply. It enables to react to occurring changes. So as I mentioned, the flexibility and response time. So this parameter is taken care, and it's always identifying the gap between demand and supply. And it also checks the rough cut capacity planning, that is RCCP. So at any point in time, if the demand is higher than the supply, IBP checks the capacity, the installed capacity of the manufacturing sites, and then it gives you the information whether the installed capacity is enough to cater to the demand, or it is falling short of some resources. And this would lead to any capex investment, the capital expenditure investment uh, decisions, and it will push the decisions to the top management team. So top management team at the control tower group or control tower ladder in the IBP diagram, they are always looking out for this kind of information, to take the strategic decisions with respect to the investment within the capacity, or investment in enhancing capacity of the organization. So that's the activity which is done by the supply chain control tower. So as I mentioned, the two key user interfaces provided for the IBP are basically the Excel add-in as well as web interface that uses Fiori functionality. So in future sessions, we'll be going through this user interfaces and checking as to how it actually works. And there, I think you will get a lot of insights about these functionalities, and how these functionalities are helping the day-to-day life of supply chain organization, and it is improving the efficiency of overall organization. So I think in coming session we'll uh, test this user interface technology of IBP in the tool. Okay. So far, you have not been using the IBP tool in your organization, correct? So if you are using the IBP, then what access is missing? Is
It's only the test system access. I have access to live production. I just don't have access to the test system.
okay. So what all things you do in the IBP tool in the current scenario? Okay, perfect. So most of the activities you are already doing in the IBP tool itself. Then are you using user interfaces as well, like Excel spreadsheet, or you are directly doing all everything in the tool? And what sort of reports do you prepare from the IBP tool and download it into the Excel? Okay. So may I ask your forecasting accuracy? What is the forecasting accuracy level? Just the average forecast accuracy number for your organization, for your product portfolio, Victoria. Okay, so next slide is on the Excel user interface. I think we will in the subsequent sessions we will try to use it online. But in the meantime, if you get the access, you can go to the LMS and review the lab documents and try to work in the test scenario. So in the meantime, I will also fix the issues if there is any issues with my ID, and then we can get going. Okay. So next point is related to the time series based supply planning. This is only an introduction of IBP. As we go further, we'll have a deep dive sessions. So there are three main pillars for the time series based supply planning. So it's basically defined based on the time horizon of the supply planning process. So first is basically infinite supply plan without shortages. Okay. So what I would say, this is an unconstrained supply plan. Okay. So in this case, system will consider that whatever is the demand, the supplies will be 100% in line with the demand. Okay. So system will assume that in the best case scenario, whatever is the unconstrained demand, considering all the factors which are either under control or which are not in the control, system will still populate the unconstrained supply. Okay, that is the best case scenario. For the infinite plan, okay, whatever is the plan, even if the demand forecast is unrealistic, it will still consider it as a demand for the calculation purpose, and it will identify what sort of supply arrangements are required to be able to fulfill the demand. The next is finite heuristics to create priority based finite supply plan. So in this scenario, the priorities are defined, and this priority is again based on the strategic rules of the organization. The strategic rules can be based on the profitability. If there are the same demand from two different customers, okay, then which customer we need to give the priority to? So in that case, if the organization strategy is on maximizing the profitability of the organization, then system will consider by fulfilling the demand for customer A will end up in maximizing the profit, or by fulfilling the demand customer B will end up in maximizing the profit. This is based on the pricing strategy. In this case, or the customer A or B, whoever is giving the higher price for the product, he gets the supply first. So he is given the priority because the organization strategy is based on maximizing the profit. If the organization strategy is on the key customer account, okay, for example, if one customer is extremely loyal to the organization and is associated with the organization since past few decades, then the organization treats this customer as a loyal customer. So this loyal customer would have a special discounted price. Okay. So this customer we will assume as customer A, vis-a-vis another customer, which is called as customer B. He is a very recent or new customer, okay, and who's giving the higher price. Okay. So in the scenario two, the organization will get more profit by supplying the goods to customer B. But because the strategy of the organization is based on, managing the key customers account, in this case, supply priority will be given to customer A. So these strategic decisions are taken based on the strategy level identified by the organization, and these strategies are input into the IBP system, which helps IBP in making, the decisions, the right decisions in the right scenarios. The last one is basically the heuristic infinite supply plan, in which only the available supply is propagated. So the last process is such that if there are, let's say, two customer demand for 10,000 pound each, then the total customer demand is 20,000 pound, but the limited supply is only 10,000 pounds. Then in this case, the process of allocation comes into the picture. And again, these allocation rules are based on the strategic decisions, whether to supply to customer A or to supply to customer B. Again, it will check the checkbox of what are the rules, whether it is the profitability, is whether it's the loyalty of the customer, or whether it's another rule set as XYZ. So based on the defined parameters, system will give the priority to supply to customer A, B, C, D, whatever it is. So this is how the supply planning decision making takes place based on the master data and based on the inputs that is given to the IBP tool. So any questions on this slide or related to any other slides? Okay. So the planning method used for the supply planning is basically the time series based on algorithms calculated based on the product requirements to satisfy the demand. Okay. So it considers the horizon, like the window is given as to what is the level of horizon which needs to be followed, and what are the parameters for which the supply planning uh, run needs to be determined. So all these things are basically run through the algorithms. Algorithms is a set of condition records. Okay, so which are pre-fed in the tool, which are available as the functionality of the tool, and you need to just activate these algorithms. So based on the various scenario, these algorithms are automatically triggered, and it is applied on the set of data to give you the meaningful output. So there are huge number of algorithms designed, more than 20 in some organization, and some organizations also use the combination of two algorithms. So there is a possibility of applying the algorithm of for example, moving average past 6 months and seasonality. These are, for example, two different algorithms, and a combination of two can also be applied. Okay, so system will first check whether it is a seasonality product. Okay, and how system will identify the seasonality product, whether in last 12 months, if the product is bought only for a specific period. Okay, for example, let's say the umbrellas. Okay, so umbrellas are basically the product which falls under the seasonality, uh, especially for India, because in India we have a unique season which we call as a rainy season. So only for 4 months we get the rains, and for rest of the 8 months we do not get rains at all. So umbrella is for India, it is a seasonal product. The demand for umbrella will only start from the month of June till the month of September. But for the other countries like United States or for the European countries, as rain can trigger anytime, during any of the season, this product may not be a seasonal product. So the requirements may be coming on and off based on the requirement. This is how system identifies which sort of product should follow which strategy. So next are the few examples of the algorithms. Okay, for example, time series based supply planning heuristics is one algorithm. Time series based supply planning, finite heuristics, then propagation heuristics, and you know uh, time series based supply planning optimizer. So these are four heuristics or the algorithms which are set in the part of supply planning. But within these four algorithms, you can have many other sub algorithms set based on your specific product requirement. So you can have as many algorithms as you want based on your product functionality, the product demand cycles and the product variability. So with this, we are for the end of the first module, that is module 1, that is introduction to supply planning. So any specific questions, any specific doubts you have related to this? Am I going too fast? Am I going too slow? Is the speed of presentation okay? So we start off with the next module, okay, which is also another part of IBP overview, part A. So again, a disclaimer, I'm just putting it forward. You can just go through it. Okay, the next slide is for the agenda. So in this session, we'll be covering the IBP for inventory, the inventory dilemma, developing the intelligent inventory policy, some of the response and supply planning, order level planning. So most of the things in this session are covered related to the supply planning and inventory management. Then we'll also be touching upon the supply planning, supply chain control tower, uh, from plan to execution, how the manufacturing process works from planning to executions, and the available navigation scenarios and solution directions. So these are the broad level topics which will be covered in this session. So moving on to the next slide of impact of the global disruption, like you must have faced the similar issue in the COVID, wherein the entire global supply chain organization was badly impacted, and there was a huge supply chain disruption, especially in the transportation and the shipment industries, wherein all the consignments were held back. So there was an issue of the containers availability. There was an issue of the vessels availability, and because of COVID restriction, the entire global supply chain was very badly disrupted. So this can happen anytime, during the year. There is a lot of uncertainty in the supply of critical materials. Like for example, sometimes there are shortages of crude oil. Sometimes the crude oil prices goes extremely high, and there is always an acute shortage and price increase in such scenarios. Also during the COVID time, the aerospace industry was heavily impacted because all the travel restrictions were there, were imposed, so nobody was allowed to travel. So entire organizations and various industries had faced a lot of issues during the COVID time. So in reality, in even in the normal circumstances, there are a lot of uncertainty in supply of critical material, and even if there is a shortage of one material, it can stop, the production of your factory. So it's extremely important to do the supply planning or the material requirement planning extremely critically, so that the materials are made available as per the demand, and the supply chain disruption is controlled to the large extent. Over and above, the supply uncertainty, which is always there in the current dynamic markets, we also have a lot of volatility in the demand for goods and services. So most of the goods and services are dependent on many other external factors which are beyond our control. So at any point in time, you will see that there is a huge variability in the demand. Demand is behaving sometimes in crazy manner. You anticipate the demand, even the regular products demand, but in certain months you see a big drop in the demand, or in certain months you see a huge rise in the demand. So both this situation of sudden increase or decrease in the demand is not good for the organization, as it puts or impose a lot of stress on the organization and on the supply chain functions. So the next one is what we call as a constrained capacity in the manufacturing and logistics organization. So often the organizations are always focusing on having the right capacity in place which will meet the customer demand. But as we understood from the previous sentence that there is a lot of demand volatility. So it happens that sometimes the demand for the product wherein your manufacturing capacity is adequately installed is much lower than the demand for those products where you have less capacity. So there is always a balancing issue between demand versus your manufacturing footprint, which also puts a lot of stress on the supply chain management. Similarly, the logistics industry, the global logistics industry, I would say to certain extent it is not fully organized, because there are a lot of things which are not very much standardized in nature. Like, for example, the availability of the vessels for the ocean shipments, the availability of the trucks or the hauliers, is also sometimes very, very volatile. Last but not the least, human risk of balancing the labor shortages and health and safety of the employee. To give you the best example of human shortages, during the COVID time, a lot of laborers and a lot of human resource team have migrated to their home countries or their hometown, which has resulted in acute shortage in many industries. So on one side, there was a huge restrictions on the traveling, but on the other side, the people were making all the efforts to go back to their home countries or home cities, away from their work. So this has resulted in a lot of shortages in the labor, a lot of shortages in the logistics industries related to truck driver, so on and so forth. So overall, the global supply chain was entirely disrupted, especially during the COVID time. And even with any of the natural calamity, global supply chain gets disrupted. So the best way to react to this is to have the flexibility in each of these work streams. For example, if you have your flexible supply planning process, then you can react to the uncertainty in the supply with much better, with much better solutions. For example, when I say flexibility in supply planning, what does it actually mean? What it means is basically for a product, if you have multiple suppliers, okay, then at any point in time you have options to buy the same material from different suppliers or different vendors. So organization needs to always work on alternate supplier development program. So this is a continuous process. So every organization needs to work on developing the alternate vendors so that on one side they have the flexibility of buying the material from ABC vendor, and on the other side, they have all they are in a better position to put pressure on the vendors for procurement of the material with respect to giving the best price. So similarly, for the demand volatility, you have to be extremely flexible with your manufacturing footprints and with your supply chain organization, so that you can, support the flexibility in the supply to meet the volatility in the demand. So in a nutshell, basically, you have to have a best flexible operations model in place, which will react to any uncertainty in the demand, uncertainty in the supply, or any uncertainty across the organization to provide, best solution. Last but not the least, you see the intensifying the bullwhip effect. So, do you know what is called bullwhip effect?
No, I don't.
Victoria, have you heard the word called bullwhip?
Yes, I have.
So, what does it mean to you?
Um, almost eh, when you start to see demand coming up and supply reacts and has too much supply for the demand or vice versa, um, not enough supply for the demand. So reacting too early.
Yeah. Okay, you're correct. So basically, in a very simple term, bullwhip means an impact of a small thing to a large extent. Okay, so just to give you an example, in the practical scenario, what happens is, let's take again an example of product A, which has a very high demand. Okay, let's say again 10,000 pounds of demand for a month, but the supply is very much under constraint. Okay, so the supply is only possible for 2,000 pounds in a month. So there is always a shortage of 8,000 pounds in a month for a product A. So now this product A is shipped from a manufacturer to a distributor, and to this from a distributor, let's say, to a retail shop. And let's say, the general people will go to the retail shop and buy this product, okay, which has a very high demand. So now over the period of time, because there is a short supply in month one, there are almost, let's say, 100 different customers who got impacted. So they always visit the retail shop and they ask for the product, and this product is not available in the shop. So what they do is, in a very short span of time, all this information is spread in the market, and these 100 customers also try in different shops for this product. Okay, so from a shop number A, they went and they found that they didn't buy the product, they could not get the product on time, so they went to shop B and they asked for the demand for the same product in shop B. There was no supply also in shop B, so they went to shop C and they inquired for the product in shop C. So now the shopkeeper for shop A, shop B, and shop C, they are basically recording this as a demand. Okay, so for example, customer number one went to shop A, shopkeeper has recorded the requirement for customer one. Same customer went to shop B, so he has also recorded, the requirement for this customer, and subsequently the shopkeeper three has also recorded. Now the requirement is still one, but it is recorded by three people. So these three retail shopkeeper will go back to the distributor and they will place their demand and tell them that, guy, I have one customer who has visited me. I could not fulfill his demand. So distributor will take it as one request of the product. Similarly, shop number two will call the distributor and tell him, so he will put the demand. Similarly, shop number three. So this has a cumulative effect that a product demand is still at 10,000 pounds, but because three customers has inquired at three different places, and this demand is cascaded to the next level, you know, the actual requirement that the distributor got is 30,000 pounds. Now, distributor go back to the manufacturer and he tells him that, guys, my demand was 10,000, but because you are not supplying it, now the demand is increased in the market and it's 30,000. So the actual demand in the market is always 10,000, but now because of this scenario, it is become 30,000. So this particular scenario is called as a bullwhip effect. So bullwhip effect is basically a bigger impact of a smaller problem in a nutshell. So what manufacturer does is, they get pressurized because the demand is high. So management puts a lot of pressure on the manufacturing team, the supply chain team, and tell them, guys, you go left, right, center, and make sure that these products are delivered. So now, because they have received the order for 30,000 pounds, they will produce 30,000 pounds maybe a month later and ship it to the distributor. And distributor will again ship 10,000 each to the three retail shops as we discussed. So now when customer goes to the retail shop, he gets his requirement fulfilled from retail shop one. So eventually he does not go to retail shop two and retail shop three. So these two retail shops, in short, they are carrying huge inventory. So in the subsequent month, the demand for this product drops dramatically. So this kind of scenario is called bullwhip effect. So what happens is, the same demand, because it is asked from multiple sources, the actual impact is so high that it inflates the demand, exponentially, but this is not a real demand. So this happens mainly when there is a global disruption of the supply, and this also increases the price dramatically, because the basic economics is, when the demand is high and the supply is low, there is huge pressure on the pricing. There is huge pressure on the supply, and the product price increases. So this is how, the impact of global disruption on any manufacturing organization. So are you guys with me related to bullwhip effect? Did you understand how it actually operates?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the reason, when the demand planner is discussing with the commercial team, especially for the material which is in constraint, is in supply constraint, they have to challenge the sales guy, in a healthy manner, to ensure that the demand that they are projecting is unconstrained but realistic. So for example, in this case, sales team should go to the next level and try to identify, where are the sources of this demand generation. So if he goes two steps forward and check with the retail shops, they will get some kind of information that, there is a possibility that the same customer is inquiring in different shops for the same product, which is creating a falsifying demand. So that's extremely important to identify, whether the demand is realistic or not, because eventually the supply chain organization is impacted with such kind of falsifying demand. Okay. So now we move on to the next topic, which is basically supply chain from design to operate. Okay. So what does it mean? Basically, in the manufacturing cycle, we have various steps which we call as design to operate. So designing is the phase wherein the products are designed from the grassroots level. Okay. So this is the stage when the product is formed. The customer gives his requirement. The product blueprint is prepared. The bill of material is prepared. The specifications are finalized, and at the design stage, the product is finalized with the customer. Then the next stage is the plan stage. The plan stage is the stage wherein we identify what exactly are the resource requirement to produce this product, and the planning is done. The next level is, of course, the manufacturing level. So we need to have the manufacturing footprint, either in-house manufacturing or the manufacturing at the third party subcontracting manufacturer, or even buying out the product from the vendor. So these are a part of the sourcing strategy for any organization. So once the product is available and there is a demand from the customer, the delivery comes into picture. So manufacturer or the supplier has to ensure that the product is delivered in safe manner, in good condition, and on time to the customer. And the last one is basically operate to ensure that the critical assets are available to service the customer. So basically, the customer service is extremely important, because at the end of the cycle, your objective is to satisfy the customer with supplying him the product on time and in full quantity to meet the 100% service level. So these are the various cycles of a supply chain, resilient supply chain. Resilient is basically the meaning of resilience is nothing but the ability to withstand diversity, to work on the problems and bounce back with the solutions if there is any issues in the process. So supply chain organization has to be extremely alert and agile. They have to always anticipate the problems ahead of time, so that the constraints are identified well within the time, and the solutions are obtained on. So any specific doubt or questions related to this slide? Okay, now in the similar process, this is the breakdown of the earlier process into four categories like design, plan, procure, and manufacture. So in the design phase, as I mentioned, receive the customer feedback, create the product design, and finalize the product specification, and identify this is how the product is required by the customer. Okay, so this happens at the design phase. So once the product is standardized, okay, there are two ways. One is a specialized product only prepared for a specific customers, and this product is designed based on customer specification, and this specification are unique to the customer. So product A cannot be supplied to any customers within the market. So it's a specific requirement for which customer will pay a special price. So this product design is patented by a specific customer, and it cannot be shared with any other customer. Similarly, there are certain products which are standard in nature, For example, let's say a hammer. A hammer is a hammer which is used by almost all the carpenters. So irrespective of the design of the product, there may be little bit difference in the design, but still it will meet the purpose of the carpenter. So this is called as a standard product. So once the standard product is designed, this product is manufactured at a mass level, and it's most of the time it is made to stocks. Okay, wherein a specific design product for a specific customer, this is always made to order. The production of this or the procurement of this starts only upon receipt of the customer order. The next phase is plan. This is the cycle when planning teams comes into picture. So they plan for the demand, uh, uh, they plan for the supply, and they create the master production schedule. So a master production schedule is basically a monthly schedule. Most of the for most of the organization, wherein they create a master production plan for a month, and in the best case scenario, this production plan is frozen. So once this is finalized, they are very reluctant to make changes because all the manufacturing resources, all the procurement, everything is already planned. So they are very reluctant to make changes because any changes in the MPS, that is master production schedule, will lead to the loss of efficiency of the manufacturing organization. The next one is procure. So there are two: either the procure the components to build the sub-assemblies, okay, or procurement of the raw materials to produce the finished goods. Or in some cases, some customers, some manufacturers are directly procuring the finished good from a different third-party vendor. So these products are already designed with a third party manufacturer, and they will get it produced. So the next stage is manufacture. Okay. So manufacture is actually the execution of a production plan. Okay. Whatever is released, and if all the material is in place, then as per the plan, the manufacturing process starts, or the sub assembly process starts, and the products are produced, and once the products are produced, they are shipped into the warehouse, and from there it is distributed to the to the customer on time. So in a nutshell, this is how the design to operate process works for any organization. So any doubts now with this?
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay. um, Similarly, designed to operate end-to-end business process flow. So it's basically talks about receiving the customer sales order, then producing the goods, then delivering the goods as per the customer requirement, and operating. Like for example, receive assets, master data, onboard assets, uh, and then basically this is the cycle of design to operate for a different industries, which has some specialized processes in place. But in a nutshell, the design to operate process starts from design level, then plan level, then produce, deliver, and then finally ship the goods to the customer.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. Which architecture component of SAP IBP provides in memory computing for analysis and planning? Option A, HANA database. Option B, application server. Option C, data integration service. And option D, user interface. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck, and type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey guys, just a quick info. ZaranTech offers trainings for SAP Integrated Business Planning, also known as SAP IBP. This course teaches professionals how to leverage the supply chain planning capabilities of the SAP IBP modules and integrate them into an end to end planning processes. Thousands have already used this program to advance their SAP careers, like those who have shared their success stories in ZaranTech Tech's testimonial platform. In just a few weeks, you can gain the knowledge needed to implement the key IBP functionalities like demand planning, supply planning, and sales and operation planning. This can be an open door to the new job opportunities and help you excel in your current role. Visit the link below to learn more about the SAP IBP course. Getting started now is a smart first step for anyone interested in SAP supply chain management and advancing their skills or career.
Okay, so we'll start off with today's session. Good morning to all. So what I thought of is, just to have a small, just to get a small recap of what we learned or what we tried to cover in last couple of days of session. So we are still at a very, very high level introduction view of what is integrated business planning. So slowly during the sessions, starting next week, we will get into a detailed or a deep dive into each and every functionality of IBP, starting off with demand, then inventory management, then supply planning, uh, sales and operational optimization, so on and so forth, and the control tower. So before we move on, I thought we'll just have a small recap of what we learned in last couple of days. So in the first session, what we covered up is why, first of all, IBP over SNOP, because SNOP was working all fine. But what we understood from the last two sessions is, IBP is more of a collaboration amongst the team processes as well as cross-functional integration. And at a very, very high level, the biggest and the most bigger objective of IBP is to provide single operating plan by aligning all of the resources across the organization. So that's why IBP, in a very short span of time, has become more popular. Over and above this functionality, it also offers a lot of support systems, like a lot of good MIS reporting, a lot of interconnectivity, and the communication with the various systems. So then we went into the different functionalities of IBP, or different work streams of IBP, like IBP for demand, wherein the unconstrained forecast is what we understood. What exactly is the unconstrained forecast? How, at a high level, statistical forecast is generated by the system. Although when we get into the real system, then when we get into the real system scenarios, by logging into the IBP, at that time we'll test how exactly the algorithms work, or how can you select specific algorithms. And finally, there is a consensus forecast between the sales and the supply chain or the demand planner, which becomes the sacrosanct data numbers for the specific horizon. Then the next one we had an overview of is the IBP of inventory, because inventory optimization is extremely important for keeping the organization extremely healthy. Because if we lose out on if we lose out the focus on the inventory, then the health of the organization gets disturbed, and it starts impacting the KPIs. Uh, the next one was IBP for supply, where we understood what are the unconstrained supplies, what are the constrained supplies, what are the infinite supply planning, and what are the finite supply planning processes. Then after moving on, we once we have the demand and the supply plans in place, then we balance the two and do the kind of an integration process, wherein we map supply against the demand and try and understand the gap between the demand and supply. And at the same time, each and every gap needs to be explained to the top management with some kind of an action plan and escalations to the next level, in case if we want management to invest in the capex or any other resource planning. IBP for SNOP, this is the stage, the horizontal bar in the graph, where normally the tactical and strategic decision makings and action plans and proposal are prepared based on the information from the downstream, that is from the demand, supply, and inventory work streams. And this is the set of people who actually are working to provide inputs to the management team based on all the collated data from various functions downstream. Finally, the supply chain control tower. This is the team of the top management who always have a bird's eye view, and they do the management review, and sitting at the management level, they understand the pulse of the organization and how organization is functioning. And in case of any investment needs, these are the teams who authorize and invest into the business. So this is how, in a nutshell, how IBP is working. Now, slowly, as we move forward, we will have a detailed deep dive. Some of the things are repeated because IBP as a whole concept, works on these fundamentals like IBP for demand, IBP for inventory, IBP for supply, response, and SNOP. So in all the functions of IBP, you will see a lot of repetition, a lot of repeated uh, features, a lot of repeated processes. So that's why you will find sometimes it is little bit a monotonous process. But as the IBP is built on this functionality and it is being capitalized on the core strength of the organization, so that's the reason there is more emphasis on these specific processes, because these processes entirely handle the entire operations of the organization, the entire operations of the manufacturing process. That's why there is extremely high, importance level to this process. So that's in a nutshell what we so far learned in the last two sessions. So any specific questions about this? I thought I'm the only one in the in the meeting room. Okay, so we move on. So there is another slide which I have added because there was a question from Vaibhav yesterday on the MTO and MTS. So I tried to explain it a little bit in yesterday's session, but then I thought it's important because this is an extremely important strategy for each and every organization, because this is one of the strategy which drives all the processes of the organization, of the supply chain. So I thought of putting up something on paper to try to differentiate between the MTO, that is made to order, and MTS, that is made to stocks. Okay, so in this spreadsheet, what you see here is on the left hand side you see MTO, that is made to order, and on the right hand side you see MTS, and in the center you see the characteristics. So how the MTO and MTS functionality differs with the characteristics is what we are trying to understand in this slide. So basically, for product or customer families, okay, if it is an MTO product, okay, that is made to order products, so we have very small amount of standard products, and most of these products which fall under the category of MTO is specialized product. These are these products which are designed specifically with some special functions for some special customers. So these are very, very special products. And I won't say that all the products are extremely special of nature, but there would be some products which may be of the standard nature, which are of the standard category, but they are not offered to each and every customer. So they are offered to limited customers. Wherein for the MTS, that is made to stock, this scenario actually works on the product focus, and there are a lot of standard products in the portfolio. So that's the characteristics of MTO and MTS with respect to the product and customer family. With respect to the customers, of course, MTO would have a few specialized customers who are actually requiring very special products, for which they may offer you higher prices, because these products are not the off-the-shelf products. These are the special products. Similarly, the MTS is more regular products. So normally the prices are determined by the markets. They are not determined by the manufacturer, because there are a lot of competitors in the market, because of which you get this product at a competitive price. With respect to supplier base, that is the suppliers for the raw materials, packaging materials, so on and so forth. MTO has many suppliers, because it's a specialized product. You need to always have the alternate supplier in place, because the price that you get for this product is much higher than the price that you get for the standard product. So if you have very less number of suppliers, and remember one thing, you are going to start the production or start the procurement of this product only upon receipt of customer order. So if you receive the customer order, and if you do not have the adequate supply of raw material in place, and if you are dependent only on a single sole supplier, then you will end up in trouble. So MTO strategy, because it's highly priced, highly profitable, and specialized product, so there has to be more number of, or there has to be an alternate supplier strategy falling in place for MTO. Wherein for MTS, you can still manage with few suppliers, but this does not mean a single supplier. You can have multiple suppliers for MTS as well, but the nature of the product is standard. So you get the raw materials from multiple suppliers, and they are mostly available in the stocks. With respect to resources, MTS, sorry. With respect to resources, we require a flexible workforce, flexible manpower, and sometimes a very specialized machinery for MTO. For MTS, the specialized machinery will be required, and workforces are basically standard. Okay, the demand of the product is for the MTO is extremely volatile, because this is specific product. Customer is only going to buy it when he actually needs it, because the prices are already high. So the variability of the demand, okay, is extremely high. That's why you don't produce it in advance, because if you produce it in advance and keep in stock, then you will maybe end up in the dead inventory going forward. For the MTS, the demand is standard, and it's more or less predictable. And because you have a wide number of customers in place, if one of the customer does not place the order, you can go back and ship it to some other customer. So any questions so far with this? Capacity planning. Capacity are also not planned in advance, because we cannot predict the demand. Okay, so everything starts for MTO after receipt of customer order. Okay, and for the MTS, because it's made to stock, normally based on the forecast, the products are already produced and kept in the warehouse, so that they are available to customer whenever they place the order. So that's the reason you see the lead times are always higher for MTO, because they are not produced ahead of time. They are only produced after receipt of the order, wherein for the MTS, the lead times is relatively much lower. Of course, prices I have already mentioned. The prices are negotiated with customer for MTO, and always the prices are higher because they are called special products. Wherein for the MTS, prices are fixed by the producers, but still, they are at the market levels. You cannot overprice them because these products are available with a lot of other vendors. So that's a little bit of a summary about how the MTO and MTS products are differentiated. So any specific questions related to this, or we move on to the next slides?
We can move on. Yeah.
Okay. So Vaibhav, maybe after today's session, we shall close this session a little early today, and then we actually log in to your system, okay? And maybe you can share the screen, and we can just have a quick overview of what exactly you are doing currently in the IBP tool. Would that be fine?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay, team. So we start off with today's session. Yesterday we stopped at this particular slide, which was mainly talking about the design to operate process flow. So from demand planning now, okay, first in the first couple of days we focused on how the demand planning and the forecasting is done. Now in these days we are talking about mainly how the supply plannings are done. When we talk about the supply planning, we have to talk about the manufacturing capabilities, manufacturing footprints, and other supply planning related stuff. So design to operate functionality is part of a supply planning group, and it's part of the overall supply to manufacture products. So it starts off with design, then plan, manufacture, deliver, and operate. So these are the main work streams of design to operate, or these are the main high level processes, starting from the product design, then planning for the product, then actually manufacturing the product, delivering the product, and operating the product. And this diagram, even though it looks a very very busy diagram, it actually talks about the various offerings by the IBP system. Okay, so this does not mean that any organization would need to install all these systems in place, but based on the requirements from the organization, they can pick choose the one which best suits their requirement. So just to give you few examples, in the design phase you have EPD. EPD stands for Enterprise Product Development. These are all terminologies related to the SAP IBP functionality, and at the bottom you see the abbreviations for all these terminologies or all these tools. So EPD stands for Enterprise Product Development. So this is basically used for the designing of the product. So IBP can provide you a kind of a flexible solution or a tool called as EPD. Within this EPD, you can do the collaboration, you can do the engineering drawing studies, you can get the products connected, you can visualize the product, and so forth. So these are the tools which may be required for a manufacturing industry or for a company who's basically into designing new products and launching the products very frequently. So the companies who build the product based on the customer requirement, okay, what we call it as build to suit product, these companies may go for this kind of functionality of the IBP. The next one is basically IBP for SNOP, that is the one which is reflected in blue color. Okay, so this functionality is a very common functionality which can be useful for any industry. Okay, so planning is required for any manufacturing industry, and planning to certain extent can also be required by a service industry, because service industry also has their customer. They can also forecast how many customers will, for example, a call center. If you want to do the planning for the call center, because their revenue model basically works on the number of calls they attend or the number of solutions they provide to the complaints. So they can, in the forecasting process, they can kind of do the detailed analysis using the forecasting algorithms. For example, 6 months moving average kind of a thing, wherein they can identify how many people are calling every day and how many people are calling, average for the past 6 months. So similar people can also call for future 6 months. So this is how the IBP can also be used for the service industries. Then the next, for the manufacturing industry, we have lots of options, because based on the manufacturing footprints, the systems are designed. So basic functionality of this system is to identify the issues and provide the flexible solutions. Um, what we learned yesterday is basically, at a high level, some of the organizations have some unique processes, and some of the organizations have some unique processes and some standard processes. So for those unique processes, we have IBP providing the flexible solution. So this is basically the demonstration of that statement, wherein IBP can provide these kind of tools for the manufacturing, for the delivery performance. You have S4TM, which is basically a transportation module. So IBP, within the platform of SAP HANA, they provide a transportation module as a tool, wherein you can engage the transporter, the haulier in the tool. You can have everything fed for the transporter in the tool. For example, the cost of the transporter, the routes by which he's going to deliver our product, the number of miles required for him to deliver the products, and the costing. So system will provide you, three vendors, for example, for a route of, let's say Houston to New York. If you want to deliver the product, then system will provide you a route of which route they need to follow. Okay, and which are the transporters. They will give L1, which is the lowest, which is the transporter providing the lowest freight rate. They will also propose L2, which is the next lowest, and the L3, which is the little bit expensive vendor. So based on the service level, then the transport planner or the logistics planner takes the call as to whom he wants to engage, and then he may engage one of these transporter and get things done. So at the end of this transaction, you also can identify the cost saving opportunities, and ultimately it will benefit the organization. So this is how these various tools are available in the market. So based on your specific requirement, you can buy or you can install these tools. And these tools are also in the process. They are communicating with various others internal tools. They share the data, and these tools, the output of these tools can be 100% controlled at the level of supply chain control tower. So all these tools are operational under the umbrella of supply chain control tower, where the inputs and outputs are controlled, and it gives you a final meaningful results. So at the bottom you see some of the color coding, which is also reflected in the specific boxes. For example, the box of IBP SNOP is blue. So that means that this tool is deployed in the cloud. So IBP SNOP, IBP demand planning, inventory optimization, so on and so forth. All these tools can be deployed in cloud Similar, the one in the green, okay, so you need to find out which one is in the green. Okay, the asset management at the right hand side. This can be deployed also on the mobile. So this tool has a functionality of accessing the data of asset managers, on the mobile. That some of the tools needs to be installed in the premises, that is on the manufacturing platforms or on the supply chain platforms. Okay, so this is how the high level building blocks for design to operate works in under the umbrella of IBP. So any specific question related to this particular slide? Okay, so this slide is again the extension of the previous slides, wherein we are talking about digital business planning in the intelligent environment or enterprise. So basically, this diagram actually talks about the relationship between the demand planning function and the supply chain control tower. So within demand planning functions, we have demand-driven replenishment (DDMRP). That's what we discussed yesterday. So basically, demand-driven MRP is nothing but creating the requirement based on customer demand. Okay, so if the customer demand is flexible, then the supply availability is also flexible, and your supply chain is flexed to reduce the plan. Okay, so that inbuilt flexibility needs to be built in the process. Then the next one is response and supply. This is basically the gap between demand and supply. Then we have production planning, demand planning, inventory management, sales and operations planning. So all these various functionalities are basically the business processes which talks about the end-to-end supply chain business process. And the models are basically extremely important for the revenue work stream, because demand planning and supply planning work streams are directly responsible for revenue generation. On one side, the job of commercial team or the sales team is to get the customer order, but at the same time, the job of supply chain professional is to ensure that you need to have a flexible supply planning process to ensure that the revenues are met. So goes without saying that the processes should be synced with each other, as the planning processes are synced with all the other internal departments like supply chain and the warehouse logistics, so on and so forth. It needs to have a lot of end-to-end visibility at various levels, at the operational levels, strategic level, as well as tactical levels, so that the data, information, and the reports are passed on to the next level. The planning cycles should be quick enough. For example, if we finalize the plan only once a month, okay, that can be treated as a forecast. And we agreed, at a very, very high level, everybody in the organization understands that forecast can never be accurate. So the only thing that is in our hand is to respond quicker to the changes in the demand. So the planning cycles needs to be shortened, and so that the forecast variability can be accommodated in the supply planning work streams. So this is also the extension of the earlier slide, okay, wherein we talk about real-time scenario analysis as well as unified user experience. So real-time scenario analysis is basically, the real-time scenarios, that is what's happening on a day-to-day level. So every day you get some kind of input from the IBP tool as to what exactly, where exactly we are with respect to the KPIs. And over the period of time, we take the average of the performance, and then the reporting is done. So that's what we call as a real-time planning and simulation capabilities. So in the figure, you can see a lot of different reports being generated. So all these reports are part of either direct IBP solutions, or they are part of one of the user interface. So you can create these reports or you can design this report for once, and then based on the functionality of the system, they will keep on sending you the results as per your requirement. Okay, so we move on to the next slide. This also focuses on the integrated business planning, mainly on the sales and operation planning, is to balance the demand and supply. That's what we already understood. Increase the speed and agility, the flexibility within the planning function, and manage risk and assumptions so that maximum opportunities can be grabbed. Now, in the next slide, you see that a little different picture of the IBP. So this is also the photo of or the picture of IBP. So where you can see, if you remember correctly, I had mentioned that based on the organization's requirement, they designed the IBP tool in such a way that it best suits their requirement. So this particular IBP picture is for that organization which has a lot of marketing activities, which are launching every time new products, which have a lot of promotional activities going on, and it can be best suited for a retail chain business. So at the left hand side, we start off with the right hand side, wherein you see the product management review. This is something what we have not, though we have discussed in the last sessions, but it was never focused area for the previous slides, because previous slides were more talking about the standard IBP process. But this particular picture is for a specifically designed IBP process, suiting the requirements as per the customer need. So in this scenario, you see a product management review. In this, you have portfolio management. So in this organization, there would be a department called as product management department, and this department predominantly does the portfolio management review. So they check, they check the product life cycle. So do you all understand what exactly is the product life cycle? Have you heard about this? So every product has certain life cycles, and during this life cycle, there is a first stage which is called as a launch stage, when the product is launched. Then after certain level, it slowly grows, the demand grows, and after certain point in time, it reaches the maturity level. So at the maturity level, there is a high demand for that product. Okay, so the product is at a peak, and each and every product falls under this scenario of a product life cycle. Okay, sometimes for some product it takes ages to reach the maturity level. For example, a very standard product, it will take about 10 years to reach the maturity level. And after the maturity level is reached, it will stay in the maturity levels for few years, when the demand is stable for this product, and slowly it will show a decline phase. And in the decline phase, the demand for the product drops, and slowly this product needs to be converted into some different products. So the fastest product life cycle in today's scenario is for the smartphones. Okay, as you can see, they have a very short product life cycle span. You see, every month or every 2 months, we see a completely new smartphone with new product functionality comes in the picture in the market. So what happens is, these are the products which are basically very quick in the launch process, because if they delay the launch process, then they lose out on the market share with the technology that they want to introduce to the market. And similarly, once these products are launched, they reach the maturity level extremely fast, within couple of months time. And that is the time when they have a very peak demand. So that's the job of a product management team, to identify the life cycle of these product, because very soon they are going to have a decline phase, and they are going to eventually die and get converted into a new product, into a completely new set of product. So product management plays extremely vital role in this process. because if they do not project the demand in proper way, then the manufacturing guys will keep on producing it, and at the end the product will reach its decline stage, but the company would have huge amount of stocks in the warehouse. Okay, so that's the reason they do a portfolio management, wherein they review each and every product, their behavior, their life cycle, as to which stage they are in, and the potential growth or the potential decline is there, and they identify this, and this input they provide to the demand review. So product management, what the group of product management team will do is they will analyze the details of the product, and they will give the input at the product level to the demand review team. Okay, so demand review team, in the demand review, because they are finalizing the forecast, they will consider the input from the product management team, and they will discuss with the commercial team, as you know, this is the input I received from product management team, and they anticipate product X is going to get declined in the forecast because it is already reached its maturity level and it's towards the decline phase in the product life cycle. Similarly, the job of product management team as well as the marketing team is to work very closely and identify, some of the demand boosters. When I say demand boosters, like for example, some of the offerings or schemes, which will be rolled out in the market, which can improve the demand for a short period of time. So, for example, if they feel that the market is behaving slowly, then they may introduce a special scheme of, for example, buy one get one free. So that is the reason you see a huge in the demand for a short period of time, and then they will either liquidate their inventory. That is one benefit that they get out of it, or they will increase their holds, because they know after a couple of months, this product is going to be obsolete. So this is how they provide the input to the demand review. The demand review team, they take all these inputs and they finalize with the commercial guys the consensus forecast, like Vaibhav is doing with his team, and you all must be doing with your respective sales teams. The rest of the things in the IBP for certain industries follows in the same way as we have for other industries. For example, supply review will happen in the same manner as it is for other industries. The strategic business performance, the management review also happens in the same way. So for this organization, the only change with respect to the other standard organization is the product management review, because this organization is marketing driven and it has some specific unique requirement. So IBP provides or considers all these unique requirements, and based on that, they would give you a specific offering which best suits your requirement. So any specific question? Am I too fast? Because sometimes I feel I am going a little fast.
No, you're with you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So I'll move on. Okay, now this slide is exactly the same task which Vaibhav has explained yesterday when I asked him, "Well, how exactly is your demand review takes place." So at a high level, I am fully aligned with Vaibhav on whatever activities he is doing. They are within the scope of IBP and they are being followed quite well. Okay, but in when we get into the deep dive, Vaibhav will of course get more insight to improve his internal process, and it will help him once we are there in the training session. So in the initial stage, each contributor to the planning process has their own planning view. Okay, so basically each planner defines his views, how they want to see the tool. Okay, so when we get into the tool, we will check how to design the tool so that you can get into the tool faster and you can see what exactly is of your interest. Okay, then the next step is in the first step, basically the sales forecast is entered by the commercial team, and then it is reviewed by their respective managers, and finally they are given to supply chain. Although supply chain has all the time visibility of what's going on in the IBP forecasting tool. The step number two is to arrive at the consensus, okay, by getting into the discussion or challenging the commercial or sales team in healthy manner. And end of step two, we need to have the consensus forecast in place. It is extremely important to get the concurrence from the commercial team and their agreement. Otherwise, if there is no agreement, then it can lead to a potential conflict at the later stage, during the management review or during the action plan generation. So in the stage number two, it's extremely important to have the consensus forecast agreed between the sales team as well as the supply chain team. Then the next step, you can see here, is to load the consensus forecast into the balance into the demand planning tool, and from there it is automatically transmitted to the supply planning tool, whichever tool the organization is following. So at this time, the RCCP, that is rough cut, the capacities are in place. So if there are no capacities in place, or if there are inadequate capacities in place, then of course the escalation goes to the management team for the investment or capacity enhancement. And once this is finalized, then the step number four at a high level is the MPS generation, which is the master production schedule. So master production schedule is the master plan, which is normally frozen for a period of 1 month, or it can also vary based on the manufacturing footprints or based on the process. Because if some of the processes are extremely highly specialized, and if the changeover time is much higher, then the frozen window is higher. For example, if you want to change over from product A to product B, and the change over time is much higher, like for example 4 to 5 days, then you kind of run a campaign. The campaign is a terminology for continuous production. Okay, so you run the campaign for 2 weeks. So for 2 weeks you will run only single products on the machine, so that it does not need any changeover, and it will give the desired output. Okay, and after 2 weeks only you are afford to do the changeover, because you're going to lose 3 to 4 days in the changeover time. So this all decisions are taken at the operational level by the operational planning group in the IBP, and the plans are finalized and executed, and then communicated to the production team. Any specific questions, Vaibhav or Victoria or Shana? Okay, the campaign and the stock build. Okay, that's a very good question. Okay, so campaign is basically designed. Okay, and it is, see, the campaign proposals are mainly driven by the manufacturing team. Okay, and the basic difference between the two is campaigns are decided by manufacturing organization, and the stock levels decisions are mainly driven by the supply chain organization. So these are the basic level difference. Okay, so the campaigns are more supported by manufacturing team, because if you look at the thought process of the manufacturing team members, they always try to maintain the cost. Okay, cost of changeovers, and it takes a lot of efforts and time to change over, so they will always want you to run the products for a longer period of time. But having said this, at any point in time you should not have the campaigns just to avoid cost, and which will end up in building the excess inventory. So on one side, when you decide the campaign, it has to be considering the inventory target. For example, what can happen, if you say that your manufacturing team requires couple of days of changeover time, and the cost associated with the changeover time is, let's say $10,000. Okay, but we can understand this $10,000 is the cost which can be certainly avoided, or which can be certainly deferred in a particular month. But consider the example, in saving the cost of $10,000, if you end up generating the inventory for $100,000, and this inventory, if it is going to sit in your books for, let's say, next 3 to 4 months, then this is not the right decision to avoid the cost for 10,000, because at the end you are penalizing your working capital by having excess inventory in place. So for such scenarios, you should have the stock norms or the stock building policies, and based on the stock building policies, you should take your campaign. Does it answer your question? Okay, so next one is also the extension of the previous slides. Okay, so it talks about basic statistical forecasting, then the forecasting models, the rough cut capacity planning, the forecast error, so and so forth. So basically, all the activities that are done in the demand planning or supply planning process, they are all linked to certain KPIs and certain targets. Okay, so all these processes must be robust enough to meet the KPIs target. So if at the end of the day, if we are not meeting the KPIs consistently for the number of months, then we need to go back and redesign our processes, because something is going wrong somewhere. Okay, so that's how the IBP would give you the triggers in terms of alerts mechanism, and there are other graphical representation which will help you to identify that something is going wrong somewhere, which needs to be fixed. Again, the next point here is the demand plan. Okay, we have to collaborate with the team members for the most accurate forecast. But having said this, there is nothing like most accurate forecast in reality. Forecasts are always forecast unless we get the customer orders. The forecast is only a piece of number on paper. So the only point that we can think about is how to reduce the gap in the forecast, how to maintain the certain level of bias in the forecasting accuracy process, and how fast can we react to the change in the short-term demand. That's extremely important. So forecast has its own merits and demerits, but what we can certainly design is, how flexible is our supply planning to react to the forecast. So there has to be extremely high focus on, reacting fast to the changes in the demand. So from supply planning perspective, some of the activities that can be done is to have the flexible manufacturing footprints. Okay, so that means the changeover time should be less, and the changeover cost should also be less. There has to be alternate suppliers arrangements, so that we do not stop the production line because of the lack of supplier. And uh, and the manufacturing lead time, you need to try and always do the kind of a process mapping to understand what exactly is taking much longer time for us to produce. So you will, at the end of the process mapping, you will understand where exactly is the delay, and then you can define certain actions and reduce those gaps. So this is how the normal organization is always trying to improve on the KPIs at the various levels. Okay, now IBP for demand, how the apps are used here. So user-friendly apps for specific functionality, like you can see here, the pop-up window number 1 says that, manage forecast models. Okay. Similarly, the other point number 2 says that powerful and flexible uh, pre-processing steps. Okay. So these are the master data level inputs, which you can design and feed in your IBP model, so that it generates a meaningful output. On number 4, you can see that the forecasting methods. So these are basically the forecasting algorithm. I don't know if you are able to see this. I will try to maximize this little bit. Is it visible now? This one?
Yeah,
The
it is.
forecasting algorithms. So you can see that you have many algorithms which are of standard nature, and there can be many combinations of these algorithms. Okay. For example, a single exponential smoothing can be combined with double exponential smoothing, and you can have a completely different set of algorithms. Similarly, the weighted moving average and customs method or Crompton's method. This can also be fixed together. So there are methodologies in place which will work for you. So if you understand the business analytics, if you try to crunch your data, you will identify the product behavior. Okay. And based on the product behavior, you can also design the algorithm so that your statistical forecast is more accurate than your human forecast. Because to be very honest, even though the sales team is continuously in discussion with the customers, there is always a judgmental factor comes in the forecasting process by the human intervention. So just because customer feels that he will be able to deliver so and so products, so the same message he will pass on to our sales team, and our sales team will also consider the customer input, which is eventually based on some assumptions. So system does not work on the assumptions. They work on the set of data and the mathematics. So system will more proactively give you the meaningful number, which actually triggers a kind of a doubt in your mind, and then you go back and check with commercial team for certain products, whether whether this really makes sense to go ahead and project the forecast at this level, something like that. So that is how the various functionalities is used in today's scenario in the IBP. And IBP is extremely flexible tool to give you all these functionalities. See here, the point number 3, choose the best forecast. If you select this, system will run all these algorithms for a particular customer material forecast combination, and system will say check which one is giving the result. So that all happens in the background. So system will run, for example, triple exponential smoothing, and it will check the accuracy result. Okay, the projected forecast accuracy result. And for example, this will give the result of 80% forecast accuracy. Then the moving average 6 may give the result of 90% forecast accuracy, something like that. So similarly, all these simulations would end up with projecting some level of accuracy. And then if you select this, choose the best forecast, then system will choose the best forecast with maximum level of accuracy, which becomes an input for you to compare the manual forecast and go back to the commercial team and have a healthy discussion on finalizing the consensus forecast. So at the end of the day, or in the end of the month, when you actually measure, even system may go wrong. I'm not saying that system is always right, because forecast is forecast and demand has its own role to play. So in the end of the month, it may also happen that system is wrong. But over the period of time, if you tabulate, the manual forecast versus system forecast, it is proved that the system forecast gives better results than the manual forecast, because of the mathematics and because of the simulations that system does. I hope to get this set as soon as possible, so that because sometimes this just PPT slides and presentation becomes extremely monotonous, and then we lose out on the interest level. So it's always better to have a flex of the combination of the practical experience as well as the knowledge. So I'll try to fix the issue as soon as possible so that we can get into the system. We understand what you are doing currently and how the IBP can be improved for the processes that you follow. So moving on to the next slide is to sense the short-term demand. Okay, now this is the short-term demand, which is for the near future, that is either for the current month or for next 2 to 3 months, based on the definition of the organization for the short-term demand. Now, if you see here in the graph, in the picture, there is one national distribution center. Distribution center is nothing but a warehouse which distribute goods to the customers across the region and across the countries wherever the customer based are. So at the in the graph, you can, in the picture, you can see the east coast there is one distribution center, and on the west coast there is one distribution center. So the number 4444 is forecast, and the 5555 is the forecast for the West Coast distribution center. And on top of that, that is 02477 is the actual sales. So that's how normally happens in the short-term scenario. In the most short-term scenario, you have a very widely disrupted forecasting accuracy, because that's the reality of the world. You might have thought that 2 months ago that we will produce and we will sell a certain amount of products in, let's say, in the month of August. But when you actually come to the month of August, the entire ball game is changed, because the market dynamics have changed, the surrounding environments have changed, which has impacted the demand. So there has been a lot of changes in the surrounding and in the conditions of the market. So in actual, you end up either selling less or you end up selling more. So there is a lot of volatility in the near future. So that's why in the near future you see a big impact on the inventory. And over the period of time, if you see that the inventory level, if you map the inventory graph and you try to do the trend line, it will give you the trend line whether the inventory is going up or it is going down. So this is how you need to be extremely predictable for the demand requirement. Okay. And the extremely important point here is the flexibility in the supply planning process. So you can see the graphs, how the demand is behaving and how the supply the forecast is behaving with respect to the demand. This is a real scenario which is happening everywhere for most of the organizations. Like, we predict something and we end up selling something different. Okay, so some of the additional functionality which IBP offers is advanced statistical forecasting. Okay, when I say advanced statistical forecasting, it only means that the number of algorithms are high. Okay, so there are a lot of different levels of designs of algorithm, which gives you different level of output. Then we have pre-process correction capabilities. Okay, this is the functionality which tells you, gives you the alerts as to something is going wrong. So we have to fix something in the process so that the output is fixed. So that is called as pre-process correction capability. So you have to do the correction in the process before it actually gets triggered. Then the promotions, trade promotions, and demand shaping process, like, for example, for the trade promotions, whenever you are planning the promotional activities, you will see a big spike in the demand. So one point is, this is good for the revenue, because the revenue is increased for the particular period. But in the subsequent month, you see a drop in the demand sometimes. Okay, because the products were sold based on the special promotional activities. So in that case, when you do the forecasting for such products, you will see a big outliers in the historical data, and your job is to basically smoothen these outliers so that it does not end up in procuring or producing more materials for the future period. Demand sensing, we already discussed how to sense the demand. Okay, the predictability and the requirements of the demand. The next one is ABC and XYZ segmentation calculation. So, okay, so this is an extremely urgent and important topic, about the ABC analysis or XYZ analysis. So, do you do the ABC or XYZ analysis or segmentation in your organization? Okay, then I will try to, because this does not talk much about the ABC analysis, but I will try to prepare something in next 2 to 3 days and try to explain you how exactly the ABC or XYZ analysis, is helpful, because this is an extremely important topic, which we'll cover in the subsequent sessions. So ABC analysis, basically it talks about how your product is behaving, and it's a standard rule, at the end of the analysis you will find that 20% of your product, okay, let's say if you have 1,000 products, only 20% of your product is generating the 80% of your revenue. So for example, if you are talking about an organization who's got 1,000 product in its portfolio, and they are generating, let's say, $1 million of revenue every month. So when you do the ABC analysis, you will find results somewhere close to this, wherein you will find that out of 1,000 products, only 200 products are performing well, and these 200 products are contributing to the 80% of the revenue. So for example, the 1,000 products were generating $1 million of revenue, so only 200 products are generating $800,000 of revenue. So balance 800 or balance balance 800 products are just generating $200,000 of product. So the first action that would come out of this analysis is, you don't keep inventory for this $200,000 product. Okay, one of the option is you made this product as MTO, made to order. You are only going to produce it when you receive the order from the customer, because they are not contributing much high to your revenue portfolio. So you might as well not keep the huge inventory and block the working capital. Okay, so something like this, I won't say that this is the exact decision that you would take, because some of these products may also be bought by some critical customers, which are buying the other 200 products. So they may, being a critical customer in nature, they may still insist for the demand. But basically, something like this will come out of the segmentation. So this ABC predominantly works on the value and volume contribution, wherein XYZ analysis works on the variability. Okay, so the combination of ABC and XYZ will give you a 9-box segmentation. This is called as a 9-box segmentation. So you can draw a you can draw a square, and within this square you get 9 boxes, and in these 9 boxes you place all your products, as to which product is falling in which particular box. And based on these 9 boxes, you will have a different supply chain strategy. For example, a, a product which is having extremely high demand contribution, okay, which is A class product, and extremely low variability, okay, which is variability wise it is Z. So this product is the most profitable product, and you need not invest more in this. By investing less in this product, by keeping the less amount of raw materials for this product, you end up earning more profit to the organization. So that's the reason I said, ABC XYZ analysis is extremely important. So I will try to put up some slide pack information to this, so that we can have a drill down, and even we can check how this can be introduced in the IBP in the sessions to come. Okay, Weber, is this good?
Thank you. Yeah, that works. Thank you.
Okay, the next one is product life cycle, which we already discussed. So product life cycle, you all said that you are aware, so we need not get into the details of that, right? Or you want some level of deep dive also in this to understand how actually the product life cycle runs. Okay, so advanced forecast error algorithm. Okay, so this is nothing but the error in the algorithm or the accuracy level to look at it positively. Pre and post forecasting process. So this is basically the functionality which is provided by the IBP for demand. And if at all you are not using ABC or XYZ, even if you don't do it in the IBP for some reason, you can still get this ABC XYZ analysis done, in the Excel spreadsheet, and try to devise some meaningful actions out of that. So next is basically now after demand, we are switching over to the inventory optimization. Okay, because inventory plays a vital role in the entire value chain process, and it is equally important to have the optimal level of inventory to have a better health of the organization, because inventory, as I mentioned, in the balance sheet it is treated as a liability. Okay, but for the manufacturing and the sales team, we always consider it as an asset, because the sales guy will say that I don't have inventory, so what will I sell? So if we have good amount of inventory, the sales team is always happy, because this they consider as asset, and they can book many spot orders from the market at better price, because if the competitor does not have the inventory and they require this product, they can buy this product from you because you are carrying the inventory. And because competitor does not have the inventory, you can also quote the higher price. That's the sales strategy, sometimes helps to maximize the revenue. Similar to that, then reduce the production and distribution cost. Of course, this is extremely important. The production cost, meaning cost of changeovers, the alternate supplier development, the alternate material development, the low cost material development, lean manufacturing process, reduce the gap between the two processes, reduce the wastage. There are a lot of activities which are being which can be done in the inventory optimization, and product and distribution cost can be reduced significantly. Then the next is inventory target setting. Okay, so there has to be a scientific method in defining the targets for the inventory. It should not be judgmental. So your inventory targets should be based on some calculation, calculation of your raw material lead times, calculation of your service levels, what exactly is your desire to have the service levels. So all your inventory targets should be based on the scientific background or scientific data. Okay, so with this we move on to the end of second module. Okay, so in the meantime we start off, the disclaimer is now on the screen. You can just go through this. These are the basic ground rules that we have set. So welcome back, Vaibhav, and everyone. So we are starting off with the new topic within the introduction of IBP, and because there are 4 topics in total in introduction of IBP. So now we'll be having a little more deep dive into other functionalities of IBP, and the fourth part of first topic module is basically the Fiori app, when we'll focus on the app. So we'll just quickly start off with the agenda. So this topic mainly focuses on the inventory and supply planning functionalities. So IBP for inventory, then inventory dilemma, then what are the inventory policies, at what additional functionalities does IBP offer in the inventory planning, then response and supply planning, then order level supply planning, demand driven replenishment, DDMRP, what we discussed a little bit about, then 5 components of demand driven MRP, so on and so forth. So we'll get into the second, the third module, third part of first module. Okay, now IBP for inventory. Now the issue is, inventories are everywhere in the various levels of the organization. Okay, so companies are facing a lot of problem with the supply chain risk due to economic and uncertainty, and which is leading to the escalations and stuff like that. So there are a lot of economic changes which are taking place across the world, and in the current scenario, most of the countries are globally connected to each other, and there is a lot of global interactions and global distribution of material takes place. So any small country or any big countries, if it faces some kind of a crisis, so it has a multiple level of impact on the other countries with respect to the supply chain and other stuff. So just to give an example, of best example is the COVID, but eventually all the countries were badly impacted by COVID. So the impact was equally distributed over the period of time, But the another example is the war between Ukraine and Russia. These have also created some amount of disruptions in the global supply chain. Okay, in the availability of the materials, availability of the crude oil, something like that. So there was a lot of issues and a lot of economic uncertainty which is impacting the supply chain organization. And this is really impacting the business at large, because if the inventories are not there, then the prices go high in the market, and then we end up losing money instead of gaining the money. So we need to have a very, very good amount of control in the supply chain process, so that any such crisis would have minimal impact. I won't say we will have zero impact, but the impact can be reduced at least to certain extent, and the flexibility can be built in. So what is the inventory dilemma? Now you see here is the on paper, this looks to be a very, very complex supply process. You see, there are a lot of distribution, there are a lot of manufacturing, like the one, this is called a factory, and then we have some production plants, and then we have some warehouses and stuff like that. Okay, so so the suppliers, so the company is shipping the goods at the various locations, and inventory is everywhere. Some inventory is in the pipeline, some inventory is at the warehouse, some inventory is in the plant, so on and so forth. So it's extremely important, first of all, to have the visibility of all the inventory across the value chain. Okay, and it is also important to have the control on this value chain. So so at any given point in time, the inventory planner is always in the dilemma as to where he needs to control the inventory. Is it at the end customer level? Okay, is it at the main distribution warehouse level? So on and so forth. So it is extremely important for the inventory planner, okay, to rightly balance the inventory based on the demand for the particular region. So that's the reason IBP provides you a very, very good solution to manage this activity within the IBP. And then the system intelligence will have its own processes or own parameters which will trigger and drive the inventory distribution across the various levels. So we move on to the next slide. Okay, now how do we define the inventory policy? On the left hand side graph, okay, you see here the customer service level in percentage, and on the y axis you see the inventory, and this is how the inventory is growing. So if you see here, when the customer service level is 90%, you have the least inventory in dollars. Okay, so as you progress with respect to the inventory, or as you increase your inventory, the customer service level also increases, because there is stock in hand. And most of the customers, because they also have their internal controls, so for them we are the suppliers. So they want to maintain their KPIs. So they always try to defer the order placement, the purchase order placement on us, because the moment they place the purchase order, that becomes being a legal document. It's become their obligation to accept the inventory. So at any given point in time, you will always have many customers who place the purchase order today, and they require products today, or sometimes they require product yesterday. So they will say that I wanted this product yesterday, so I'm already late, so I'm placing you the purchase order today, so you please try and deliver this product as soon as possible. So you can only achieve this objective if you have higher amount of inventory in your stocks. So if your inventory is in stock, you can immediately bill it to the customer. So your service level is increased. So service level is directly proportional, to the inventory levels that we are carrying. So if you want to have a good amount of service level, then you have to have good amount of inventory as well, which will impact your P&L to certain extent. So it's extremely important, to have a right balance between the inventory and the service level. And the another topic is mix of inventory. Now there are various products which are being manufactured, or which are sold by the organization. So each product will have is different behavior or different pattern in which it's performing. So based on the behavioral pattern, the forecasting is done for this product, and similarly the inventories are also targeted based on the product behavior. So it's important to have the right mix of inventory for the right mix of product. And this can be better handled in the ABC XYZ analysis. So you will see the products which are extremely volatile in nature, they should be having least amount of inventory. Otherwise, we end up, creating the obsolete inventory. So any specific questions on this? The next slide is on the additional functionality about the supply chain or supply planning function, is to calculate the variability of the supply chain. Like we mentioned that we will do the ABC and XYZ analysis to calculate the variability of the demand plan or the forecast. Similarly, we can check the variability of the supply plan as well, as to what was the plan, and how much was the variation in the plan versus actual. So that's how the supply variability is calculated. To set the corporate customer and location service level. So service levels can be measured at the various locations. It can be a plant, it can be a warehouse, and it can be any other location. So all the service levels can be set in the fed in the tool, and it can be recorded and measured. So inventory targets are measured. The production plan also defines the inventory target. So monetize the recommendation by the IBP, and so that the working capital is managed in better way. So system will automatically give some kind of an inputs to improve the working capital. For example, if you set the service level, you will get the inventory target, what needs to be inventory. Perform forecast error calculation, so you can anticipate what is could be the potential forecast error. So that could be the potential inventory error as well, because if you produce based on the forecast, and if forecast is 20% wrong, then your inventory target setting is also 20% wrong to that extent. Now the next point that we are going to discuss about is the response and the supply planning. Okay, this is the next box in the IBP diagram. So we have to support the rough cut capacity planning process. Okay, so what is rough cut capacity planning process? So rough cut capacity planning is called as RCCP. Okay, so IBP has a functionality of identifying all your machines with their capacities. Okay, so for example, if you have a product which undergoes 10 different machines, Okay, so 10 different machines would have their 10 different capacities. Okay, so based on your demand plan, if once the demand plan is finalized and once the supply plan is in the process of calculation, IBP can perform RCCP functionality, which is rough cut capacity planning, and it can identify what are the bottlenecks. So for example, if your plan is, let's say, 10,000 pounds, and all your equipments are well equipped to handle this production plan, but one of your equipment is cannot handle this and they can only produce 8,000 pounds, then that becomes your bottleneck. So in this scenario, IBP will prompt that this is the bottleneck because of which you cannot produce 10,000. So that becomes a constrained supply. Okay, and then for this scenario, your commitment to the commercial or the sales team is only 8,000 pounds, and during the supply review process and the response and supply planning, there is a gap between demand and supply. You show a gap of 2,000 pounds, and the reason for that is equipment X does not have the adequate capacity, and that becomes the input to the top management team, whether they need to invest. If it is a one time issue, then they may not invest in this. If it is recurring issue for every single month, then it's worth investing in the different machine. So that's how the overall efficiencies are improved, the overall capex budgets are planned using the IBP process. Now the next one, which I see at the bottom, is basically allocation to ATP. Do you all know what is ATP? Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Spot on. This is basically the products which is available to promise to the customer. So in SAP, if you have the ATP at a plant level, system will check the order which is about to get input, and system will check the stocks and give the promise date to the customer that because I have the stocks in place, I can promise you the date of, let's say, 5th of August. If there is no stock and if the production plan is in place, if there is a planned order against the production, which is expecting a production on 15th of August, then system will prompt the date, delivery date as 15th of August. So this is called as available to promise within the plant. Now in a wider organization, if the organization is spread amongst various countries, and if there are various different manufacturing plants in the different countries, then system will check the availability across all the plants, all the globe. And in that case, this is called as a GATP, that is global ATP. So that means for the customer in United States, system can check the stocks in China, and system can allocate the material to this customer, if of course if it makes sense to ship it from China to US. So of course it depends on the freight costs and other stuff as well. So that's the kind of functionalities offered in the IBP process. So moving on to the next slide, again in the supply planning work stream, we have a lot of algorithms and a lot of settings at the background, which pops up the constrained as well as unconstrained supply. It checks the rough cut capacity plan and gives you the input as to what is right, what is wrong. Multi-level sourcing, as I mentioned, if there are multiple suppliers, then even IBP can distribute your supply plan at a different different suppliers based on the input in the master data. Make optimize inventory targets which are set in the IBP. Then the visibility improves, and scenario planning capabilities, because IBP can develop 3, 4, 5 different scenarios as to what exactly will help you to best to reduce the gap between demand and supply. Then it's basically the decision of planner to select the best fit and discuss with commercial team and maximize their revenue. So next slides are related to supply allocation planning. Okay, we know if the product's availability is under constraint, and if the demand is high, then the allocation process comes into picture. So this allocation is defined is decided by the sales team or the finance team or the top management team. So based on the profitability or based on the critical customer parameter, the products will be allocated to the customer. Response planning, meaning creating the order confirmation and adopting the sales order based on the availability of the material, and giving the commitments to the customer service team as well as to the customer based on the availability of the material, so that at the end customer gets the product when they are actually promised in the beginning. Deployment planning is basically create the deployment plan. Okay, deployment plan is nothing but deploying the plans to the various machines, so that the machines are utilized with good amount of efficiency, and it delivers the output which is required by the planner. This all process works on tightly integrated information from the ERP. So as we seen in last couple of days, in the graph wherein on the left hand side we have all the processes like ERP, then MRP, which is giving the inputs to the IBP, and IBP is processing the data and giving the meaningful output. So all these processes are tightly bound with each other, and they communicate very frequently with each other. Okay, moving on. The next slide. This is order-based confirmation. So basically, you can see that based on the supply plan availability, the system or IBP is confirming the order, and to certain extent, you see that some of the orders are partially confirmed because the supply plan is partially available. Okay, like for example, in this case, you see only 45 EA% is confirmed, wherein 55% is unconfirmed because the products are not ready. Wherein for some the red marks, you see that the 100% of the products are not confirmed because there is some issue with the availability of the product. So maybe a couple of more slides we'll take, and then we switch over to, okay, so demand driven replenishment, DDMRP. So basically, this helps in smooth flow of material throughout the supply chain. Okay, and reduce the gaps, the nervousness within the demand versus supply gaps. So for the demand driven MRP, normally the lead times are better, and they are always improved because the supply cycle immediately starts as soon as the customer real order is punched in the system. So when the order comes, automatically the production starts, and there is a very less amount of manual intervention. So this gives a good amount of flexibility within the supply chain, and it in effect, the delivery lead times are reduced. Of course, with the reduction in the delivery lead times, also inventory reduces across supply chain, and strategic decoupling points. Decoupling is nothing but disengagement. Okay, that means disengaging the material for certain products and engaging the material for certain products. And of course there are buffer zone, meanings the spare capacity in place. So in case of some products which are seasonal in nature, the producer always needs to have some kind of a buffer capacity, and sometimes it is also called as a burst capacity. Like your average capacity may be 10,000 pounds a month, but at any given time, if you see a spike in the demand, you can use your burst capacity and you can produce up to 20,000 pounds, almost double the products. So Vaibhav, shall we stop here, and would you like to take the charge and just show as to how you are currently using the IBP, so that once my IBP credentials are fixed and I'm able to log in, then we can start working on the IBP tool. Yeah, what I'm just proposing is maybe you can show the screen. Okay, I want to see feel the screen, how it looks. Okay, and maybe a couple of step of what exactly you do, a very small level of overview. Okay, fair enough. So I think I'm now fully aligned with what exactly you do. Okay, so let's see, I'll try to get my access as soon as possible so that we can log into the system and do some hands-on. Okay, at this time I think we can understand what exactly challenge you are facing, and then how do we address those challenges.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. In the memory computing in SAP IBP allows planners to run simulations and what if analysis in option A, minutes, option B, hours, option C, days, option D, weeks. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. And remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck and type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey guys, just a quick info. ZaranTech offers trainings for SAP Integrated Business Planning, also known as SAP IBP. This course teaches professionals how to leverage the supply chain planning capabilities of the SAP IBP modules and integrate them into an end to end planning processes. Thousands have already used this program to advance their SAP careers, like those who have shared their success stories in ZaranTech testimonial platform. In just a few weeks, you can gain the knowledge needed to implement the key IBP functionalities like demand planning, supply planning, and sales and operation planning. This can be an open door to the new job opportunities and help you excel in your current role. Visit the link below to learn more about the SAP IBP course. Getting started now is a smart first step for anyone interested in SAP supply chain management and advancing their skills or career.
I think this is where we had stopped yesterday, and we were talking about the five components of demand-driven MRP. The DDMRP. So DDMRP model works on the various factors. That is basically the five major component, which is position, protect, and pool. And within pool we have plan and execute. So what happens is because it's demand driven MRP, the demand is driving the MRP. Okay, and this is mostly applicable for the MTO products, because for MTO products the MRP runs as soon as the demand is entered in the system. When I say demand, it's the actual order, it's not the forecast. Forecasts are called, also sometimes called as demand, but if it is 100% sure that the forecast will get converted into the sales order, the actual sales order from the customer, then only it should be called as a demand. So it does is strategic decoupling. Okay, that means the demand actually segregates the set of information. Okay, and not only the single plant, but it will check the inventory at the various plants. Okay, and if it does not find the inventory, it will go to the buffer profiles. Buffer profiles means basically the safety stocks or the buffer stock that you keep to mitigate the uncertainty in the demand. So normally for the critical products or critical customers, you have a process of keeping the safety stocks or the buffer stocks. So DDMRP checks the buffer stocks and considers them for fulfilling the customer order, and at the same time it also creates the replenishment order of, so that the buffer stocks are again rebuilt in the system, and they are again stored wherever they are. This also does the dynamic adjustments. Okay, when I say dynamic adjustments means For example, if there are an alternative materials available, or there are alternate vendors available who can supply the same material. So DDMRP has the possibility of checking whether we can get the material from these sources. So demand is driving the planning activity. That's why it is completely a full kind of a strategy, and it gives a complete visibility to the planner. So most of the companies, or most of the ERP systems or MRP systems have demand-driven MRP functionality, so that it gives you a more and more accurate results. So we'll move further. Okay. This looks to be a little busy slide, but this is nothing but the same point that I mentioned before in the earlier slide. The 5 components of demand-driven MRP. Okay, so on the red line, like a sine wave, you see the demand. Okay, and the blue line is nothing but a supply. Okay, now this red line, okay, the reason you see much bigger spikes in the beginning is because of the bullwhip effect. Okay, if you remember, I explain what exactly is the bullwhip effect, wherein one person or one customer going to several retail shops to check the availability of the material, and because this material is in shortage, each and every retailer is recording this as a demand and a kind of a potential customer, and passing on this to the next level, to the distributor and to the manufacturer. So the actual manufacturer gets multiple demand for not a single requirement. That is, for the requirement of 10,000 pounds of a product, or let's say a sugar, they will get the requirements from 3 different retailers for the same customer, and the demand is inflated as 30,000. Okay, but this red line is only till the time there is a demand uncertainty. So that when you have less supply, you see that the bullwhip effect is higher, and the, when you start supplying them, it tends to come down. So it behaves in a cyclic way, and once the market gets the positive feedback that this material is not anymore under shortage, then the market actually does the correction to the demand, and you see that at the end of this cycle, the demand is coming down. So basically, DDMRP is dampening the variability and the amplification, that is bullwhip effect, in the volatile world. Okay, so the second functionality, or the third functionality, is system is checking various stock levels, okay, and trying to support this demand. See, it is checking whether this supplier has raw material in place, and whether this supplier has this raw material in place, so on and so forth. So this is how the MRP actually does the job at the background, and trying to fulfill the demand. So over the period of time, it ensures that all the demand is fulfilled, and customer is satisfied. But in the short term horizon, there are always gaps, and the customer service is extremely poor. So this also is the similar example like this, okay, wherein there are different independent stock buffers, and system is considering those buffers and putting it in the replenishment cycle. Okay, so these are the additional functionality of DDMRP. That is, it decoupling points, calculates the buffer zone. Okay, calculate the net flow position to exactly what is required. It generates the replenishment order because it is pulling out or using the stocks from the buffer zones, from the safety stocks, and monitoring and prioritizing the production order, because these are the real customer orders. So system will automatically prioritize the order for DDMRP, because this DDMRP is for the real customer order versus any other production order which is running against the forecast. So if there is production going on against the forecast, and this forecast is not backed with the real customer order, then DDMRP would give priority to the actual customer order in the production line. Okay, so now we have covered more or less a little bit of a deep dive into IBP for demand, wherein we check the forecast and the forecasting related stuff. We had checked how the inventories are working, like for example, MTO versus MTS inventory policies, and the ABC XYZ analysis, and how the stocks are basically helping to bridge the gap between demand and supply. Then the next phase, we reviewed the supply IBP for supply, and overall how the SNOP and other processes are identifying the gap between demand and supply, and trying to create the action plan and the escalation for the supply chain control tower. Now we'll focus on the topmost pyramid of the diagram of IBP, which is supply chain control tower. So this supply chain control tower mainly is operated by the top management, okay, and they always have the question of how do they manage the business, because they are not involved in the day-to-day transactional activity. So transactional activities are done by the operational guys, who are actually doing the day-to-day jobs. But the top management need to get some kind of information about what exactly happening at the ground level. So that's the reason IBP helps them, to monitor all the activity, even the small activity, in the form of MIS reporting and the visual aids and visual graphs. So the top management often think of setting up the KPIs, which will help the organization to grow. So all the KPIs for the organizations are based on their vision and mission statement. So organization have certain targets based on which the KPIs are defined, and these KPIs are then drilled down or cascaded down to all the various teams across the board, so that every single person is responsible for his individual KPIs, which in turn will help the organization to deliver their targets and the goals. So what are the fundamental drivers or causes of their performance? So everyone should understand, what their role is, what and how best they can, execute their role, so that the overall KPIs and the organization's goals are fulfilled. That's the reason I asked in the beginning of session to you that if you are facing any specific challenges within your existing process, so that becomes your focus area. So if you can come up with these kind of the proposals, we can get into the deep dive into this, try and understand the issues, and consider it as a case study, and try to fix some meaningful solutions, so that you have full control on these kind of activities. So another point about the top management is to anticipate the issue. It is said that anticipating issue is like half solving the issue. Most of the time, we face we are not able to resolve the issues, because we are not able to define the problem statement. So that is the key issue of not resolving most of the time, because we don't understand what exactly is the problem. So if we understand the problem, then we can go back and identify the root cause. And once the root cause is identified, then it's extremely easy to fix, the problem. So problem statement is identifying the problem statement is extremely important, even at the top management level, so that the organization focus is on in the right area, and they collaborate across the levels to improve the overall organizational goals. Okay, so moving further, the plan to execute like design to operate was there for the SNOP process. Similarly, we have a process called plan to execution for the supply chain control tower. So at the bottom of this graph, you see the details. Details means the operations or the executions of the products. Like for example, asset management. Then we have logistics. We have manufacturing operations. We have sales execution, and we have finally the supply. These are all the transactional level activities, which is basically the core of the organization. Even though in the pyramid you see them at the bottom, but these are the ones who's basically helping to exist the organization, because they are the ones who are actually executing the manufacturing order. They're actually producing it so that the organization gets a profit and they grow, and the overall organization sustains over the larger period of time. In the next ladder, we see the execution and planning. Like these are the set of people like planners, or the managers, who are more focusing on setting up the SOP, that is standard operating procedures, so that the bottom line activities are performed as per the SOPs. So in planning, you see demand planning, supply planning, synchronized planning, and SNOP. And in execution, you see transportation, inventory, logistics, manufacturing, so on and so forth. So all these inputs, all these activities basically gives the visibility to the top management team, and they get an insight from all these activities. And IBP does a vital role in providing, in connecting everything together and giving them the results. So using IBP efficiently, you will be able to identify your problem areas. Okay, like for example, if you run a simple, if you trigger the master data and simply run the XYZ analysis every 3 months, it may not be it's not required to run it every day or every week, but once in a 3 months or even once in a 6 month, you will see that some of the customers who are behaving, who are your major customers, or who are basically, I would say, the prime customers, they are slowly turning into a non-regular customer. So you can, so this analysis will give you a heads up that something is going wrong with this customer. So you can always call this customer and try and understand, because they may be in the process of creating the alternate supplier, so you may lose the business. So that's the reason it's extremely important for management to have a full focus on the day-to-day activity and what's exactly happening down the line. So plan to execution, are you all in line with this slide, or there are any specific doubts?
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. The Excel add-in is provided by SAP IBP allows planners to do which of the followings? Option A, upload and download data. Option B, analyze data visually. Option C, edit and adjust plans. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. So good luck and type the correct answer in the comment section.
So these are basically the navigation scenarios, how IBP actually navigates. Okay. If you remember the screen which I showed in the beginning of the session, the IBP, the blocks. So these are these blocks. Like ECC is basically the order to cash flow. Okay, and ME22 is basically the purchase order creation or purchase order amendment transaction code. This is the SAP T code. Then we have ECC, the general transaction. ECC is basically the SAP platform wherein you do the material master, production planning, and other activities. Then we also have digital manufacturing insights. Okay, this is also a SAP module. So all these SAP modules are interacting with IBP modules, feeding them the information and executing the information from them into meaningful data. Similarly, on the left hand side, you see SAP S4 HANA order apps. Okay, these are the outputs. Then the general apps for a product fact sheet. Then management apps. Okay, these management apps will give them the inventory projection, the DIO, days inventory outstanding, the working capital details, and all the tabs which are extremely important for management to identify the pulse of the organization. Similarly, for S4 HANA apps, so all these apps are integrated with IBP, and they are basically sharing all the data from IBP into different platforms. Solution direction. So let's see how IBP gives the solution. Production planning and ATP. So I think ATP, you all are aware how the ATP works. So production plan considers the capacity. Okay, it checks the relocated capacity and it allocates the capacity for the production orders. Okay, then it reduce the manufacturing cycle time. Like every time, it will help us to identify the gaps in the manufacturing cycle time, or the delays, or the time where the material is only sitting in the shelf and there are no activities going on. So this helps the planner to identify the lag time in the manufacturing process and try and reduce the time. It simulates the planning process and shortens the lead time with improvement in the cost, because production cost is also um, extremely important parameter for the manufacturing organization, and they are always working on reducing the cost. Real-time order confirmation, then automatic and intelligent selection of suitable products. These are part of basically the production selection and customer service. Then segmented and priority based orders. So segmentation is nothing but either the ABC analysis or the 9-box analysis. So these are called segmentation. So segmentation is extremely important. Okay, so once the products and the customers are segmented, then the point of view of providing the service level to customer and providing the information and other facility to the customer may vary based on the segmentation.
Hey guys, just a quick info. ZaranTech offers trainings for SAP Integrated Business Planning, also known as SAP IBP. This course teaches professionals how to leverage the supply chain planning capabilities of the SAP IBP modules and integrate them into an end to end planning processes. Thousands have already used this program to advance their SAP careers, like those who have shared their success stories in ZaranTech testimonial platform. In just a few weeks, you can gain the knowledge needed to implement the key IBP functionalities like demand planning, supply planning, and sales and operation planning. This can be an open door to the new job opportunities and help you excel in your current role. Visit the link below to learn more about the SAP IBP course. Getting started now is a smart first step for anyone interested in SAP supply chain management and advancing their skills or career.